I'm doing well. How are you? Good.
Testing, Candy. Can we, I don't hear us in the room. I just hear us in the hallway. Do you guys, Greg, do you agree with that? Yep. We're just getting it in the hallway, not in the room. No. So the hallway's very loud, but there's no audio in the room.
I can hear you on Zoom.
Testing. Still really loud in the hallway, but not in the room.
Can you hear me, Ashley? Hello?
We're not getting audio in the room. We're getting it in the hallway. Can you help? Audio's not coming in the room. It's only going in the hallway.
Ashley? Can you hear me? Ashley? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Hello?
Testing. Test. Okay.
Can you hear me? Ashley, can you hear
Testing.
me?
Test. Better. Thank you.
Ashley? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Ashley, can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Ashley, can you hear me? Hello? Ashley, can you hear me?
Candy, can you please try again?
I am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? I'm talking. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Ashley, can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Candy, can you please try again?
Yep, sure can. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Hello?
We can.
Awesome.
Thank you, Candy. Just an announcement to our friends who are online. We're just having a little bit of technical difficulties here. We're going to have to restart the system. So if you're online now, you will likely be kicked off, but we will restart it as soon as humanly possible and get the streams back up. So sorry and thank you.
Check 1, 2. Just Andy, we're checking to see if the sound works.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Good evening. I'm going to call this working session to order. I want to just briefly, before we get to the roll call, apologize. We had a bit of a technical reset we had to do with the computers. So please forgive us for the delay. We'll move on to the roll call.
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott, Commissioner Somerville.
Here.
Great, thank you. Move then to our public participation opportunity. At the working session, you have 1 minute to give public comment. You will have the standard 3 minutes at our next meeting at 7 p.m. I'd ask at this time if there's anyone in person wishing to give public comment. As you make your way up, please let me just say, we need your name and the community within which you reside for purposes of the minute.
My name is Bruce Reeve. I reside in Salem Township. I'm also the treasurer for Salem Township, and I'm here to comment on what the landfill means to the residents of Salem Township. The landfill currently saves the homeowners of Salem Township just in tipping fees $460 annually in property taxes. And if it was not there altogether, replace revenue that the landfill brings in, it would add another $1,716 per homeowner onto their taxes. This is slightly concerning to us because we have a lot of aging in place residents on fixed incomes, and this could be considered a hardship for them. Thank you very much. And also, full disclosure, I am a member of the MMPC. In case anybody needs to. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to give public comment in person here tonight? Okay. Ashley, I don't see anyone else in person. Is there anyone via the internet?
No, there's not, Chair.
Okay, great. We'll move then to item 3, which is the report from the county administrator.
No report, Chair.
Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, the report from the director of board operations.
No report tonight, Chair.
Great. All right, we'll move on to our 2 discussion items. The first is the materials management plan, which Theo Egermont from Department of Public Works is going to walk us through. Theo, would you prefer that questions come as they come to commissioners and while you're presenting, or would you like us to let you get through this and then follow up with questions?
Let's go through it and then ask questions at the end.
Okay. Commissioners, if there's one that you just can't wait on, let me know, but we'll try and do that. Thanks.
Great. Well, I'm going to talk mostly about the good work that my team does. I have an excellent staff, and so I'm going to talk about the programs that we have, and I'll have a little bit on the materials management plan at the end, but I kind of anticipate that's where the questions will be. So Theo Egermont, Director of Public Works, came here in 2014 for grad school, got an MBA and an MS in natural resources, and then was going to go back to Minnesota and stayed for a girl. You know how that goes. So been with the county since 2018. We'll go to the next slide. Oh, I've got the clicker. Thank you. Thank you. Technology. So overview of the materials management division. We're part of the Water Resources Commissioner's Office. We have a team of 6, and we have a part-time, so 2/3. We have a seasonal in the summer, 4 casual laborers in the summer as well, because we do a lot of events. That's how we work with the public and reach people, because often people are available at weekends and at nights. 2 of our staff also have responsibilities under the Public Works Board, which allows us to do some assessing, and we do lakes management and also WWRA funding, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Big picture, we try to get stuff where it should go so that it doesn't have a negative impact on people. And we are a have county because we have sufficient funding, and 95% of that funding is through a host community agreement with the landfill. We get about 1.2 or up to 1.4 million annually. Part of that is tip fees, and so it can vary up and down. Our kind of program that we're known for was started back in the early 90s. Household hazardous waste program actually started with an intern project. We moved to all appointments, kind of COVID time, because people were getting long waits, and this ended up evening out the flow a little bit because we'd wait and then there'd be long lines and then we'd wait. And so this makes it a lot more reliable for people, both staff and the public like this a lot better. We collect over 500,000 pounds annually of paint stains, all that stuff underneath the kitchen sink and in the garage, the stuff that should not go down a drain or get thrown away. We provide that through 2 different programs. We have the Home Toxic Center over on Zeeb, and we have 16 Saturdays. We serve 4,000 people a year through that program. Very well liked. And then 2023, we added the HHW Center. That's weekday appointments. We've got Tuesday to Thursday. We've served 2,000 roughly people last year. That's through the consent judgment, so it's not part of our budget. They could have done a supplemental, or sorry, they could have had a fine. I think it was like $750,000. They chose to do something instead that was a supplemental environmental project. By my estimates, over 10 years that'll be in place, that'll cost them about $2.5 million. So they pay for the disposal, and we get reimbursed for a staff member. Again, amazing team. We do a survey, and last year we had almost 2,000 surveys from people out of the 6,000 that use these services, which is a really, really high response rate for any survey. So we consistently get 4.7 out of 5 stars on the metrics that we're asking about: information, did it meet your needs, that kind of stuff. I'd put those stats up against any other government program and be very proud. So about 25% of the people who go to the HHW Center are from Northville Township. So it provides support to folks in neighboring township and city as well. And just looking at longevity for our program, this program's taken, and we also collect through the county cleanup days, hazardous waste, over 9 million pounds, which is 4,500 tons. That's a RAV4 every 3 days by our current metrics. So it's a lot of material of stuff that should not get thrown away. We're keeping this out of the environment so that it doesn't hurt people or the environment. Our county cleanup days, also very popular. We have 4 to 6 events around the county. We try to go north, south, east, and west. Collect things like electronics, scrap metal, tires, bulky waste, white goods, refrigerants. 2025, we collected almost 500,000 pounds. We do a couple of different events. We partner with the Conservation District to do an egg tire event. That was something that we found was a need. We do it out of Freedom Township often. And we have a great partnership with the Conservation District. They provide some things that we can't provide. We provide some things that they can't. Works out, helps out farmers a lot. Those are hard to get rid of, very expensive. We can pool our resources and do it in a way that works better for everybody. Waste reduction sponsorships. So this is something that was started around COVID times as well, early days. We provide matching funding for things that meet our solid waste plan goals. So businesses, organizations, municipalities apply for those. If it meets our goals, we've got a pot of money that we use and ask for a match. So it helps to leverage partnerships to achieve things that we would probably not be doing on our own. Just an example of a few prior sponsorships that we've done. Recycle Ann Arbor, for their drop-off station, they were looking to do some new things at the Jackson Road facility. For an eco park, a study of what they could do. We sponsor the Trash Talk Tour, a mattress recycling pilot in the city of Ann Arbor, lots of municipal cleanups, Dexter, Bridgewater, Manchester, Saline townships, often focusing on tires, bulky waste, scrap metal. Augusta had one when they started using their blight ordinance or enforcing their blight ordinance last year. Our largest sponsorship was Ypsilanti Township when they moved to recycling carts. So, and one that I'm excited about seeing how it goes this year is Zingerman's is doing front of house composting. So we're supporting the infrastructure that they'll need. They'll do operations throughout time. So it's something that with the kickstarting of that project can be a model for other businesses in the area to start doing that as well. Just a note on tires. We used to get a scrap tire grant. We didn't get it last year. So you may have seen me one less time this last year than you would have in the past. We decided to continue that program, kind of sparked the municipal track that we're launching this year, in part because Manchester Township, the supervisor said, oh, you're not doing that. We really rely on that. That's like a really helpful thing for us. He said it all has but eliminated discarded tires in the roadside ditches that they manage. So very important. And it's a lot more cost effective to manage that early on as opposed to once it's in the ditch. Our school recycling program, we're in 36 schools in 6 different districts. We provide holistic education and support. So we pair the infrastructure and the education through the Ecology Center. It's a flexible program, collected in recycling carts. And we recently worked with WISD 2-3 years ago to have a collaborative contract so that they could save costs on things. And then we have a corresponding contract with the different schools, the districts. We even do an art contest. We used to do the winner would get their art on a billboard, and we started to change it to a pizza party because 3rd graders lose their minds when you give them a pizza party. The billboard's kind of exciting too, but it's a little more fun. But we have in the schools 22% diversion rate. A lot of it's paper and cardboard, and varying schools have varying levels of input from the kids. Some of them are actually wheeling out the recycling cart. So there's a lot of involvement at certain schools, but in order to get reimbursement for the recycling, they have to have some education. And often that's like a green team is doing things and then bringing it out to their peers. So the whole point of the school program is if we teach kids, they're going to bring it home to their parents, and that's going to affect the culture. So Washtenaw, we have a business waste recognition program. So we want to recognize those who are doing things that we want to see and model and support and lift up. We provide some advice on on-site visit, but that's been pretty limited as far as our availability to provide technical advice. We're going to start doing more of that because we've got a new hire that started in December. And so we're looking to really work with businesses because a lot of the waste generated in the county is from business industrial. So providing guidance on things like purchasing policies. Hopefully we can do something in C&D because that's a lot of our waste as well. But I think anything like an ordinance is years down the road, but we can provide some best practices to try to get voluntary support. We have a zero waste program, Zero Waste Washtenaw. This is for events. So we provide the materials as well as consulting to like larger events. It's anything from small neighborhood barbecue to the Greek festival. Goal is to try to divert 90% of waste, and we work with the event organizers to give them the best practices on here's how you can actually achieve that goal. We had 22 events last year, so that's been growing in popularity. Our medication disposal network, this is a success story for government. We used to provide the funding for the disposal of sharps, unwanted medication, but pharmacies started taking that on their own, and so we were able to not fund that anymore. So now we just do the education and outreach. We create flyers, we distribute them to pharmacies, assisted living centers, municipalities to try to get people to be aware of where they can take unwanted medication. We have a very cool tool at don'tflushdrugs.com where you can type in your address and you can find out if you're looking to get rid of sharps or a liquid medication. It'll give you the nearest place where to go to get rid of that stuff. We had 5,800 page views in 2025. So it's a pretty well used system. And then we do a lot of other things that doesn't fit into a program. So we provide support to 2 different authorities in Washtenaw County. We do the funding for Western Washtenaw Recycling through a special assessment through the Board of Public Works. We started WARMA. WARMA does mostly education, but it's also at some point, the goal is to have a collective contract for those municipalities and try to leverage the negotiating power of large municipalities to do more. And that can be more services like organics within curbside collection, because that would be a big way to elevate and increase our diversion rate. We've done some organics pilots. We got a grant last year. We're in Ypsilanti. We're working on getting into Dexter and Salem Township. So looking to have drop-off food scrap material. We did a pumpkin pilot drop-off where people drop their unwanted pumpkins, goes to farms that feed them to goats or other animals. So it doesn't get landfilled. It's a good thing. We do a lot of education and outreach, tabling. We answer a lot of phone calls about, hey, I've got this thing, where do I take it? So that it ends up at the right spot. We support the Ann Arbor drop-off. That needs some public funding. City of Ann Arbor provides some. We also provide some. So we've done that for a number of years. And then the Ann Arbor drop-off, which serves the region, needs to be replaced. I call it the 20-year or the 5-year project that's taken over 20 years to get going because it's a challenging piece of infrastructure to replace. We've got a soft commitment for 1 million to 1.5 million, depending on the total cost of that, to get that replaced, and the city of Ann Arbor is driving that. We've helped with grants, supported their efforts. We also work with a lot of municipalities on their projects. Dexter Township, we got some funding from the state to help them move to single hauler. And they went from open market where you've got multiple contractors going up and down the street, and put out a RFP, got bids. That's gonna start in April, and it's driving costs down for residents. I talked to one of the residents, they said their cost went from $190 a quarter to $60 a quarter. And that was for service, better service with recycling every week instead of every other week. So, and it'll be the second municipality in Washtenaw County to accept organics as a part of their yard waste, which is a big strategy for us. And I think it's the most convenient and best way to get organics out of the landfill. And then materials management planning. So it's a 3-year planning process. I talked to a county today. They're actually planning probably to take closer to 5. It's a new process. We're all trying to work through it together, and we're collaborating with our peers, but it's a new law. And we're getting resources from the state on an ongoing basis. So we're working through it. It's a new thing. So I expect, even though that we are ahead of most counties right now, we will also need an extension from the state. And there is a provision in the law that allows that. It's prescriptive for the committee. We elected to offer Northville Township a seat. We didn't have to do that. So we have a member from Northville. We also have an ex officio from the Conservancy Initiative who also sits on the committee and has ability to participate during the meetings. And we have a lot of requirements that the law needs to include within the plan. One of those is goals. That's what we're at right now. And I see that as the most important part because in 5 years, that's what we'll refer back to. So right now we don't have very good data about what is our recycling rate. Are we doing the right things that's moving the needle? So we need to do that. We also have a lot of goals related to reduction, reuse, partnering with different municipalities. Obviously, recycling, food waste reduction is a big strategy. That's where I want to focus a lot of our efforts. And then the other things that we already do, like safe disposal of home toxics. C&D is something that's going to be down the road, but we wanted to address it. And then policy is going to be an important piece of it as well. There's a lot of public feedback as a part of the process. We have to have a public hearing. We have a 60-day public comment period. We're going to have some additional public input. I've sent an email to every elected official in the county asking for what are your input concerns. Do you have any input at this time? Thank you, Commissioner Beeman, for filling that out. Appreciate that. Look for an email from me if you haven't filled that out yet. But also reaching out to residents will be part of a future process. Right now, we're looking to township officials, city officials. We are looking for a city official. We currently have a vacancy because our city official did not seek re-election. So if anyone knows someone who's interested, please send them to me. And then I'll send them back to you for approval. And one of the things that came up in the survey, anaerobic biodigesters, that's something that our approach is to not allow them to be cited. We are seeking clarification from the state that our approach of being able to cite compost yards, which we see as a better use of that material and process for that material. So we're waiting for a response from the state to confirm that approach meets the law and is available. Let's see, so with that, we do have other requirements. We have to identify capacity for our waste, recycling, organics. We have to have a siting process. I know there's been concerns about timing. When is this going to happen? How's this going to happen? I'm probably going to dodge some of those questions because it's a little bit unclear because we have different paths that we can take. And we need a couple months to regroup, look at the next steps in the process about what is the right approach for Washtenaw County for siting. Because we could have the MMPC be the committee that hears those. We could also create a separate siting committee. We don't know which path we're going to take, but that will impact our timeline. So overall budget is 1.25 for the current things that we do. I know there's been talk about landfill, not landfill. If we currently get that funding right now, if we don't get that funding, we want to keep doing the things that we're doing. We need at least 1.25. We're going to do new things in the plan. We probably need another $1 million to do that. And a lot of that's based on education to residents because that's how we're going to get less stuff in the wrong bin. So I'll take questions.
Great. Theo, thank you. We'll start off with Commissioner Scott.
Thanks, Theo. Thank you. I love the emphasis on the medication. Also, trying to think about how to do that just as a matter of note. We don't actually dispose of medications in the sink or the toilets at the hospital either. We have an RX destroyer because there's an issue of medications being in our water also. So thanks for the emphasis on that. I want to pick up on the last thing that you said about if we don't have that revenue from the landfill, how much can you what's the amount of funding dollars that we'll have to consider? 1.5?
To do the things we're currently doing, about 1.25. If we
Okay.
want to do anything new, which we would want to do as part of our plan,
Yeah,
based on the goals that we've got, we're in the ballpark of $750,000 to $1 million in new things in order to meet the goals that the committee's decided we want to do.
what kinds of programs would have to be cut? I mean, not doing the new things, and then I'm assuming we'd have to cut things also?
We would need new revenue in order to do anything. Right now, we get, 70,000 in donations and
So if you don't have new
Sponsorships.
revenue, what kinds of things could not be done that we do now?
everything. We don't have, you can't do anything with $70,000.
Okay,
That's a fraction of a staff person.
okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Bremen.
Mine is more of a statement. I just want to thank you for all that you do and all the work that's going into the MMP. And I appreciate the focus on the biodigesters that's impacting my community, but I do truly appreciate all the efforts you've done specifically for the ag and rural residents being able to access this and dispose of things properly. We know, unfortunately, when we have a lot of land, we can kind of tuck things away in corners and it's not as safe as it should be. So I really appreciate all the effort behind it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go to Commissioner Sanders.
So am I to understand that the toxic receiving center at the landfill is open for Northfield Township residents as well?
Yep, and Northville City.
You don't by chance have data on how much they deposit versus how much Washtenaw County residents deposit?
25% of our customers at that center are from Northville or Northville Township.
Thank you for that. Let's see, what happens to the tire recycle? So when you had that picture up, the thought that came to mind was that's a lot of, I'm having senior moments today, so just bear with me.
I have
A
two
lot of
kids. It's my norm.
playgrounds now utilize recycled tires instead of putting down, like mulch. So what happens with the tires? Is that do we make any revenue out of recycling it? And if not, how come?
Yeah, there's no money there to be had. So we have to pay for it to be recycled. They do reuse that, but a lot of them cost is transportation, right? We're getting it, collecting it, sending it back. They have to chip it up. They can turn it into new products, and we work with Recycle Ann Arbor. We're always talking about, is there a better use for this? Is there
Mhm.
anything that we can do? Chipping is one of the best uses.
Okay.
It's one that I think it always pains me walking by a playground where it's not kind of aggregated because it starts to flow into other places, and that's
Okay.
not the
Not
best.
good.
So it's best when it's like
Okay.
congealed somewhat. There's a lot of effort by the state to start using it in road beds and asphalt because it actually can extend the longevity of roads. So that's hopefully a place for tires to go.
Mhm.
So we prefer companies that do chip and put into reuse like in playgrounds. If there isn't any availability for that, they will use them for fuel. So essentially incineration with proper environmental standards. So
And have you ever thought about offering receptacles that residents could come and either rent or pay a deposit for in order for them to bring you some of the more toxic items from their household that they may not have a way, maybe they don't have a box big enough to hold it, or did I lose you?
help me understand better. Can you say it
So,
again?
okay, let's say I got a ton of unused paint or something. I don't necessarily want it just in my car. Have you ever, so you know the containers that the post office uses, the clear?
Yeah.
Have we ever thought about maybe purchasing some of those and then renting them out to residents so that you get your cost back and it's something that would be helpful for them where they could come and rent it, put all of the stuff in it that they have at their house and then bring it back for recycle and leave the
Gotcha.
container with you?
Gotcha. We often encourage people to put it in a cardboard box just because if something spills in the container, it kind of ruins the container.
Okay.
But we do get a lot of material in like Rubbermaid totes and people don't want them back often. So
Oh.
sometimes we'll have some of those laying around and if people want them, they can just use them and have
Okay.
them. So we don't particularly want them back,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
we do try to help people in that way.
Okay. And then my last question was just more information about, you mentioned Zingerman's was doing the front of the house, sort of. What does that look like?
Yeah, so
I
it's.
understand that.
Right now they have back of house, that's already done, that's a lot easier. The front of house is harder because you need to have containers for, you have your trash recycling and then you have compost. And you need to have really good signage and education. So we're working with them on both the receptacle to collect the compost and the education. You bet.
Move to Commissioner Machewski.
Thanks, Chair. Theo, thanks for being here tonight. I always appreciate your accessibility and the information you provide, not only at the MMPC, but the Board of Public Works as well, and to Water Commissioner, the Water Resource Commissioner, Commissioner Driscoll as well. I want to talk a little bit about education. And so we've learned at the MMPC that really a successful plan to implement that and achieve the, I think, aggressive goals that we want to have, there needs to be an education component that is on average about $10 per household annually. And that's kind of at a minimum, right? Could you talk about why education is important? And, I know from my time on the WWRA board, the conflicting messages that might come out of WWRA versus other places in the county and about what you can recycle and what you can't. So could you talk a little bit about why education is important and how that lends itself to success?
Yeah, I think we have so many products that we get and use every day. It's very confusing for people and it can vary by location, what's recyclable. Generally, there's a pretty stock list of things that are. But it's confusing because we have so many products, and I think most people are trying to do the right thing. But you need to pair the education with the infrastructure. We know that we have pretty accessible infrastructure in Washtenaw County. There's something in the plan called the benchmark recycling standards that you have to meet a minimum threshold. I'm pretty sure we meet those, and we're going through that process right now, but pretty sure we meet those. So accessibility is much less of an issue than the education. And so we need to provide people with the resources and get to them about, here's where things go. Here's to remove the confusion, but also to remove the doubt, because I think a lot of people don't think that what they put in the bin actually gets recycled. We hear that a lot of, it doesn't matter, it all just gets thrown away anyway. And there's been instances where there's been bad actors where occasionally that has happened, and that really hurts the rest of the industry and the environment. So we need to have funding in order to do that and reach people. And right now we do some of it. Municipalities do some, but we really need to amp it up if we're going to actually get less stuff to go to a landfill.
So I would suggest that in order to have a successful program that meets the goals, we really need to be above $10 per household in terms of education. And we as a commission need to think about that when we get to that point. The second thing I want to touch on was, it's been interesting being on MMPC to learn about some of the statistics and where we need to go to be successful, especially in terms of organic material composting. And you referenced C&D in the presentation. For those who don't know, that's right, construction and demolition.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is actually a pretty significant part of the waste stream, and something that we're looking at as well. But in order to get a really good understanding of where we are with all these efforts, there's a lot of data that's needed. And one of the ways to get that data, especially in solid waste, is to do audits of garbage trucks, right? Which is an expensive proposition. Could you talk about what's involved there, how often it's done currently, and what might be a better rate in terms of those audits?
Yeah. So right now, WARMA's the only group outside of City of Ann Arbor. City of Ann Arbor does an audit. That's part of their contract with Recycle Ann Arbor. So they do theirs, I believe, every year for recycling, but they aren't doing the waste audit of the trash trucks, of what is getting thrown away that could be recycled, right? And so I had a conversation with their resource recovery manager. They said 3 years is kind of what they're looking to do, and I agree with that. It seems like a good cadence, so that you're once every 5 years seems like too little. You could have a lot of variation in there. If you're doing once every 2 years, it's a lot of money to spend on those things, and it seems like you're always just in the same loop and not actually being able to take action on the things that are coming out of that audit. So 1 to 3 years is what would be I think is a good cadence for a waste audit, but you're actually getting like 50 garbage trucks and dumping them out and sorting everything in a sample of that truck into different categories to find out, could this have gone to a different place?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Move to Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Theo, for the presentation. I was just going to riff off of what Commissioner Sanders said, because I actually think that's a really good idea. I think what I was hearing you say was basically like selling bins selling bins to residents that people can put their home toxics in, and then like bring to the home toxic center. Like once you've bought the bin, it's like, you basically get free disposal if we have to go a route of not having free disposal anymore. It's a way to like potentially raise revenue, like that's what I was hearing, right, Commissioner Sanders? Purchase or rent, yeah, but it just seemed like I think that's a really good idea. I mean, it seems like, some communities like in the county even, you have to pay per bag of like waste that you're disposing. So, maybe it makes sense to do that. Like you offer these bins, you buy them or rent them for $15 or something like that. And then every time you bring them in, you pay $5 or $2 or whatever, kind of like the drop-off center. I feel like I'd be down for something like that if that's what it came to. I guess on the revenue side too, like, how many years left in the landfill? I guess we're gonna talk about this later too, but
2 to 3.
2 to 3 years.
Yep, and
And with the expansion, how many years would that add to the?
it would depend on what was permitted and allowed, so that could be anything.
I guess I'm kind of asking because like, I mean, to me, it's almost like maybe we should start doing something like this sooner rather than later. Because the landfill is not infinite anyways. I mean, you're not gonna be able to keep expanding and expanding, even if this next expansion is approved. Eventually, you're gonna not have landfill capacity at some point. So maybe it's worth like the county planning ahead and generating a new revenue stream, saving some money, squirreling it away so that we can keep subsidizing it. But maybe it's something that we should consider that we can't fully provide for free anymore, given the limitation, regardless of what happens with the landfill on the revenue stream.
Yeah, just my only comment is I'm really apprehensive to have a service that can have so much environmental damage if things are handled incorrectly to put up a barrier of cost, because if 10 people in the county do the wrong thing with that material, that blows by our budget tenfold. It does not take much of the wrong thing to get in the wrong place to have a really high cost. So my strong goal and preference would be to not have the HHW program be a service that we charge for.
I guess you could have like a sliding fee scale if people can't afford it or whatever, but I don't know. I think I'd be willing to pay $15, and I think a lot of people probably would. Some people probably can't afford that, but that's where the sliding fee scale comes in.
Sure.
Commissioners, any other questions for Theo? Commissioner Light?
No question, just comment. Thank you for coming out.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you, Theo.
That was not a question, but I echo that. Yes, sorry. Commissioner Hodge, any questions from you? Great. Theo, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time tonight.
Welcome.
Move now to item B, which is the Arbor Hills landfill presentation. Tony, is it Pelletier? Pelletier, who is VP for post-collection support, is here with us. Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you, but the same question that was asked to Theo, if you'd like us to wait for you to complete the presentation, or if you'd like us to hit you with questions as they come.
I think it might be better to wait till the end. That's okay. All right. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Anthony Pelletier. I go by Tony. I work for Green for Life, GFL Environmental. I'm the Vice President of Post-Collection Support. What that term means is I'm in charge of engineering and construction for all of the landfill facilities in the United States, as well as dealing with permitting and also compliance with the permits that are in place. I wanted to run through some general information about the. Okay, it's loud. Okay, thank you. Information about the landfill itself. Arbor Hills landfill has been in Salem Township since the early 1970s. We have GFL acquired the facility in October of 2020 through a divestiture. When the prior owner was sold, we acquired the site through that process. Our current landfill property is 337 acres. Within that property limit, 242 acres is permitted for waste disposal. We have additional property in Salem Township of 586 acres. That includes approximately 126 acres south of the railroad tracks, between 5 Mile and the railroad tracks. East of the Napier Road is 220 acres of additional property that is owned by the landfill. We have a couple ponds over on that property. There's no other landfill activity on that property. North of the facility, north of 6 Mile, is another 240 acres, which we use for ancillary operations at the landfill, being our composting operations, maintenance. We have soil that we borrow out of there for our daily cover. And then any other uses that we have to store materials and such for our use during construction. Since GFL took over the landfill, we've invested approximately $150 million into the landfill. Landfill development is an ongoing construction project. There's always something being built or going on. To think of it as a building that's always, we're just expanding the building as we go and making sure that all of the systems inside in a building, be HVAC systems, electrical, plumbing, that we're managing any contaminated water and methane production that comes out of the trash as it decomposes. Within that, besides building cell construction activities or closing the landfill, we also install methane collection systems. We extract methane landfill gas under a vacuum out of the landfill. We collect contaminated water out of the bottom of the landfill, and we have a pretreatment system on site before that discharges to the sewer, which ultimately goes to the Yucca wastewater facility. And then additional improvements that we would do over time as things are identified, whether it's for stormwater infrastructure, wetlands mitigation projects, anything that we need to keep up on the site is maintained. In addition, we do have a lot of heavy equipment on the property in the landfill business, again, with the activities around placing the trash every day and moving soil for cover. So we do have a lot of yellow iron on the property as well, and we do the maintenance there. Some statistics about the landfill from the prior year. We took about 1.6 million tons previously last year. Overall, within the Southeast Michigan disposal area, about 23% of that goes to the landfill in Salem Township. We are the only landfill in the county. We operate the composting facility as well. We process about 90,000 tons of organic material a year. And that becomes, as we mulch that and compost it, becomes product that can be either donated to communities or go back out in bulk sales. We operate a material recovery facility, also called a MRF, on the southern parcel, south of the railroad track. That was originally proposed or designed for 20,000 tons of recyclable commingled materials a year. We recently went through a permit modification and expanded the capacity of that to add another 40,000 tons of capacity for additional paper and cardboard sorting. Theo spoke about the household hazardous waste facility. As one of the conditions in our consent judgment, we helped them put that facility in place. Initially, our investment was about $400,000. By the end of it, here and over even some improvements the last year and a half, we've spent a little more than $900,000 to date on helping that facility run continuously and be ready to go. We have a separate citizen waste drop-off facility that is located on the southern parcel as well. Salem Township, that is a free service for them. Other surrounding communities, there is a fee for them to bring in and then place material in a bin, which we then can dispose of or put to the recycling center from there. In 2023, we constructed a renewable natural gas facility on the property. Previously we were converting we had a partner that was converting landfill gas, using that to power generators to make electricity into the DTE power grid. The industry has shifted to producing renewable natural gas, pipeline quality gas. So we undertook that with a partner in 2023, and now we have a facility designed for 10,000 standard cubic feet per minute of gas, which would fuel 1,100 CNG trucks or power or natural gas for 22,000 homes. So it's a substantial project. It's one of the biggest in the U.S. currently for a project like this. Other things that we've done, we do support the local community significantly through a lot of our efforts regarding purchase of goods and services, not only for our construction, but there is a lot of things going on day to day that require us to procure materials. We do employ many local individuals and contractors in the area. We do local contributions for various community events and other activities, and as well as participating in other state programs. Mr. Siegert, Dave Siegert's our general manager. He and his team locally help out with some of the residential projects within the community. We do have several people that call on us for assistance. We send over helping hands at various times to do various cleanup things and or help out. So Dave's always one to pick up the phone and you know, call on any services they might have. The main part that I'm here for this evening I wanted to speak about was some of the items that were included related to odor and to the PFAS items in the environmental resolution from a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to kind of walk through some of the history on a few of these things. Starting with the odor, AQD is Air Quality Division. Again, Arbor Hills became a GFL landfill in late 2020. Prior to that, they had struggled with some odor issues under the prior ownership. Shortly, within a couple days of us purchasing the landfill, Eagle initiated enforcement action to start that consent judgment process. So for roughly 2 years, we worked with Eagle to address the prior concerns and come up with the plan that would move forward under the consent judgment, which was executed by Eagle and ourselves in March of 2022. But as you can see, I think what I wanted to illustrate with this, there's been some information out there that we continue to have violations related to air, related to odor. And our record shows that since we've been there running the facility, while we have had a couple of those violations since 2021, they have decreased significantly based on our efforts to expand the landfill gas collection system, get a better handle on the odor abatement methods that we take, that we look after every day. And it shows, it's showing great improvements right now. It's been roughly 2 years since we've had a violation with AQMD right now. So there is a group called Carbon Mapper. They have historically been flying with fixed wing planes over landfills across the United States. They would fly and look for emission plumes, and they have recently transitioned to satellite data. They've put a couple satellites up now. They've moved to that instead of fixed wing. But what I wanted to show here, this is public information. This is right off of their website. That you can go out and find anything on any landfill right now, but we pulled the 6 landfills that are in the, you call it the metro area here. And when they did their last scans, they post that data for the public to see. And again, we took over in 2020, Northville, so that's Arbor on the lower right. You know, the measurements they found off of us, immediately once we got here, we knew the gas system was needed additional effort and support. We immediately began our activities to improve that gas system, and it showed immediate results over the last several years. But our scans compared to the other facilities in the area shows that we have sufficient and good coverage of our methane collection system over the landfill. Industry standard would say you have 1 well per an acre of landfill. We have almost two wells per acre at this point with what we have going today. One of the key points of the consent judgment that we agreed to and have implemented successfully is a permanent perimeter monitoring system. We installed 6 fixed monitors which detect methane and hydrogen sulfide, and then they also monitor all the weather conditions at the time, wind speed, barometric pressure, wind direction, and we record data minute by minute, and then we are measured on a 15-minute rolling average of for those parameters for the methane and the hydrogen sulfide. so that if we exceed the action level, then we have to institute a root cause situation as to what caused it to be above the action level. These monitors were proposed to be only solar powered. We did end up hardwiring them with electric. We found that in the winter time with as much sun, we had some issues with the solar panels. So we immediately went to hardwire after the first year so that we had electricity all the time to the units collecting data. That data is managed by a third-party engineering firm that helped us design the system that Eagle approved. They still manage the data and the website that we report that information to the public. They also compile all of the records that we have to submit every quarter and quarterly, semi-annually, and annually. We report all the data points that we measure. We report if we do have an exceedance of the action level, we do a root cause. We have to compile all that information and send that in, as well as all of our well field information off of the landfill itself. It results in, I think one of the reports we had was like 12,000 pages in a quarter. It's a lot of data that we make available. Eagle is the recipient of that. We've also made that available to Northfield Township now for their review. But this is the first line of defense. Myself and the staff at the landfill, we get an email immediately if we trip an action level to be aware that something might be happening at the perimeter, so that we can then immediately go to investigate. We also tracked the Conservancy Initiative website. They have the odor reporting website that they allow you to, if you sense an odor or sense an issue, that please fill out a form and send it in. And many of the staff, including myself, we get these as they come in. So I wanted to illustrate here the trend over time. Again, noting that GFL acquired late 2020. As you can see, the decline over the years, the last 5 years of these reports. We do often try and correlate this with a action level exceedance if one occurs. They don't always align. We've had a few of them align for various reasons. We've also had a few of them that make note of, or we'll get a certain calls if someone becomes aware that something's happening at the landfill. So the example I'll use is in 2023, there was a spike mid-summer into the fall. We went into our new landfill cell, and we were in there for 10 days operating, and the neighborhood didn't know that yet. But the minute they found out, we got a series of calls for a week or so right after that. So the perception is, it's there, it's a tool. It is helpful at times. There's sometimes we question if the wind direction is going the other way, because we have the data now off of our monitors to know which way the wind's blowing, as well. If there is an alleged odor, we can track that down. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the PFAS, some of the PFAS items. And what I'm showing here, this is the southern part of our property. The blue lines, that's approximately where the railroad track is. The road to the south is 5 Mile. Napier Road is on the right. There was a fire at the material recovery facility in 2016. Under the prior owner, they had leased the building to someone who was operating the material recovery facility. Multiple fire departments replied to that fire. They ended up, some of them were using the aqueous film forming foam, AFFF, which does have PFAS in it. As they fought the fire, that material made its way into our stormwater controls, and everything kind of flows up the page from the building. If it can, does it work on the, I don't know if it's going to work on there it is. So the material recovery building is the building right in the center, and the drainage, the surface drainage flows towards these two water features, northeast. of that building. And so what we found was that as a result of the firefighting effort, anything that hit the surface and then ran off into through the stormwater system accumulated in those two ponds specifically. Over several years, and again, and so that was in 2016. In 2021, 2022, when GFL was assumed ownership, we began the activity to look at the remediation of those ponds. We did publish a report that looked at, and this is a figure from that report in 2021, 2022. We had worked with Eagle on a few things related to this. And what we found was that the kind of greenish pond on the right was, which was a stormwater pond, was able to be remediated relatively quickly. The darker area next to it is actually a regulated wetland that abuts the railroad track. So we focused our efforts initially on what we call pond number 2. We removed all of that liquid, hauled it by truck to the wastewater treatment facility. Then we removed all of the soil out of the pond, placed it in the landfill, and verified that it was clean, and then resumed regular use of that pond for stormwater. We have not touched the wetland area because, again, that requires some work with Eagle to get that approved to mitigate. We are currently working on that with developing an action plan to start that remediation effort as well. But that is an activity that relates to the PFAS incident that some of the water did make it into our outlet channel over time. And then this is also a figure from that study in 2021. The landfill property is outlined in the green in the middle. What we did was we used a third party, and we took samples up and down the Johnson Creek, upstream and downstream, to verify levels that are in the creek. And what we found with that was that upstream of our property, prior to our discharge, that there was indications of PFAS in the watershed already, as well as downstream from our property, from our discharge point. So this is information that is public. This is in an Eagle report. The Conservancy has actually posted the same report and their supporting information online as well for their constituents to see. Again, we use third parties to help us grab this data and verify what is going on with the PFAS. We are not a generator of PFAS in the landfill. The landfills are passive receivers of PFAS. PFAS is in many household materials and products over time. If you have your Gore-Tex jacket or your waterproof boots, Teflon pans, over the years, as that stuff makes its way out of someone's house, carpet, it may end up in the landfill, and the landfill acts as a filter, which we then capture the contaminated water, and we pre-treat for that. We actually received a new permit with Yucca in July of 2025, and we are now monitoring for a specific level of PFAS in our discharge. Okay, that's it. That was my last slide on that. So, thank you.
Tony, thank you. We'll open it up now for Commissioner Q&A. Any commissioners with questions? Commissioner Sanders, I see yours go to you.
I'm curious about, you mentioned, and I didn't write it down, but you mentioned a service that you provide, I think that people can pay for, and Northfield utilized that service. I want to ask you the same that I asked earlier, which is, do you know a breakdown of like what revenue do you receive from Northfield as opposed to?
I do not have that number. My general manager might have that number.
Okay.
But I think you were speaking to the recycling drop-off area, or the customer, residential customer
Yes.
drop-off.
Yes.
Yes.
Are you the only, does Northfield have somewhere else to take their stuff? Or are you it,
So I believe that their waste.
in their proximity, that I mean?
For trash disposal. I believe the contract comes to our facility. It's not our collection contract.
Mhm. Okay, and, you said you've spent about $150 million
Yes, ma'am.
since,
Since
is
2020.
that since Mr. Seifert took over?
Yeah, Dave joined, Dave joined roughly about that time. I joined the company in 2022. I was actually, Dave's site engineer for a year and a half.
Okay,
2022 through 2020, end of 23. And so even the first thing I did, I got there in June. The first thing that I did when I got into this was the consent judgment activities with Dave. We were all about gas and odor control.
so since we have you on the record,
Sure.
will it continue to be the case that if he says something needs to be taken care of, you will take care of it?
We will, he will. Dave lives on the property.
I'm gonna have him send me a check later.
Yeah, he occupies a residence at the northeast corner of the property. He is right there in the event something happens or occurs. He can head out there and address the issue as quickly as we can identify it.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, Commissioner Somerville?
Thanks. I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation because I think everybody should be able to discuss this issue, whether they want the landfill expanded or not. And so thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you.
Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you. In terms of the expansion that you guys are contemplating, it's the sites in the maps you were showing, the site to the south of your current landfill?
To the north.
North, okay. And it's currently a compost facility?
We have a compost facility on a portion of it, the eastern half of the property. And then we have soil borrow. We use that property for soil for our daily operations.
So you currently pull,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say the composting facility will continue into the expansion. It will be reoriented onto the property to be still part of the ongoing operations at the facility.
So you're gonna move it,
Mhm.
basically? Okay.
Yes.
So how many acres is this new parcel?
We're anticipating roughly about a 90-acre footprint at this point.
And how many years would that extend the life of the landfill?
Current projections have it roughly at about 11 years. Additional to our life is roughly 5.5 at the moment.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
How is that calculated, projected? I assume it's like included in that is the volume of waste that's coming in?
Yes, we have we estimate what the incoming tonnage would be. And we have a conversion factor we use to convert it to cubic yards because the landfill airspace is measured in cubic yards. And then we can determine how much, we know how big the envelope is. So therefore you can determine how many years it is.
Okay. And I guess in terms of when you're determining that, I guess how do you, because to a degree, it's like, you own the landfill, right? And so the revenue that you're making is based on how much is disposed in your landfill, right? I mean, it's on a weight basis, I assume, or do you
Yes.
charge per truck?
We charge by the ton.
By the ton?
Yeah.
And so as you're thinking about how much you can take in a given year, is it like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is like, you are, there's a certain amount that's coming in at a certain time. And you're projecting based on the current amount that's coming in, the current loads that are coming in, that you have 5.5 years. But that could change if there's an influx of trash that's coming in from, say, Canada, for example, and you guys decide to accept more waste, then that could shorten the timeline, right?
It could, we have a limit. We have a roughly an annual limit of about 2 million tons.
Is that like a
and then five-
self-imposed
No,
limit?
I believe that's a Eagle.
Okay.
Well, that's within our Eagle permit. And then over a 5-year period as well, we have an average, a not to exceed value in the 5-year as well.
And do you meet the not to exceed value?
We are within our permit limits.
I guess, like, how close to it do you get? Like, are you like bumping up against it every year, or is it? you're pretty
I
far
mean,
below?
we're close.
Okay.
We're close, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I just was kind of wondering
Sure.
in terms of like how the math was done on that, because I feel vaguely, in terms of the conversation we've had about this in the past, that it's been said to me before, like, there's about 6 years left on the landfill. And I feel like that's kind of been the running thing
Sure.
that I've been told for a long time. And I just didn't know how, I don't know if it's like a math thing, like.
Well, it's a math thing, but also the landfill, there's settlement over time. So it does, as it consolidates, that we can then recapture that airspace. We're permitted to a grade
Okay.
and an elevation. So as long as we're under those elevations, we can continue to operate up until that point.
Okay, so basically decomposition helps to create more
It does.
space.
It does. And as the methane is that anaerobic environment, no oxygen, the bacteria starts doing its thing, and it generates methane gas, and then also as voids are created, it
Yeah.
settles and consolidates, and therefore it creates a little bit more airspace. Yes.
I got you. Okay, so to some degree, that's why I've been hearing 6 years for a while, probably is because there's some space that's being created over time in addition to, okay.
Yes.
That's helpful to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanders has another question. Anyone who hasn't asked one at this time? Commissioner Sanders, yours.
So, earlier it was mentioned, during public comment, about how much, Salem residents save in property tax. Do we have a ballpark figure that we could share with the public about exactly how much GFL covers that our residents don't have to pay? I asked that because the guest, the resident, was sharing how much is related to him. But what is the total amount when you look at all of the homes that are? that
Yeah,
benefit?
I'd have to defer to Dave Seegert and probably to Gary Whitaker
Okay.
at the township. I know we have a host agreement,
Mhm.
so there's, there's revenue that they get from that, as well as from our, we've historically have shared some of the the landfill gas
Okay.
incentives, which are available and through the RNG project. As we went from electric to RNG, we continued that sharing with them, and it helps them fund various programs in the township and other things for the community.
Okay.
So, but again, I would defer to that question to the operations side.
So one more question.
Mhm.
Since this is also an election year, I'm gonna ask you a question like I would ask a candidate asking me for endorsement. You will continue to operate in good faith and good neighborliness, after or if you receive permission to expand.
Yes,
So, okay,
yes,
so
yes.
this
We're-
isn't just like a honeymoon thing.
No,
And after we say I do, you're like,
We're invested in this market. We've been here a long time. We also, as GFL, we're the 4th largest landfill company, recycling company in North America. So we have an invested interest in this being successful. And it's up to, my team and Dave. We're here to do it right and get it done and make sure that it continues in that fashion.
okay, I just wanted you to be able to answer that
Yeah.
publicly.
Sure.
I know Mr. Seifert knows that
Yeah.
I won't disappear.
Sure. Well, I've been doing this for 30 years and I'm a professional engineer in 7 states. My ethics dictate certain, the way I do my job and this is how we're going to do it. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Don't-
No, it's okay. More of a question for us than a question for him.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess my quick question is for all of us is, and maybe more to you, Chair, are we going to have a working session where we invite the Conservancy and the Environmental Council to give us a presentation as well?
I think that the short answer is I don't know yet, but I'm certainly open to suggestions on that. I do think that the discussion last meeting necessitated some additional follow-up. And so I'm open to that in the future, Commissioner Robbie, but that's sort of to be determined.
I guess just feels different to me as a, commissioner to have citizens showing up, speaking their mind versus having an official spot on the agenda for one side of the issue. So I'm just thinking it would be fair to have the other side have a formal spot on the agenda as well. Obviously, anybody can come and speak during public comment, including folks that support the landfill.
Fair. This was also requested by the Water Resources Commissioner as a component of tonight's meeting. And so there was some accommodation for that ask.
I guess I would request then as the county commissioner that we have the environmental council and the conservancy present at a future working session.
Consideration heard and considered, and we'll try and facilitate that as best we can, Commissioner Robbie, you bet.
Thank you, Chair. Shouldn't be too hard. I'm sure they'd be willing to come.
Commissioner Light.
I just didn't want to throw it all on our water commissioner. I was very much so interested in having GFL and individuals to come out for a more in-depth explanation and information. Just for, I really would like for my Salem residents to be able to have this information, not alone, let alone with the rest of the board. So it was very important that they are able to come and present the facts, the real life, the real numbers, the real amount of violations. And so we don't want to just put it all on our water commissioner, but I was very much so interested in wanting them to show up, and I appreciate it.
I appreciate any time anyone anywhere in the world talks about a working session. So, so thank you for that. Any other questions or commissioner comments on this time on this agenda item? Great. We'll move then to item 6. Any items for current or future discussion? Seeing none, Chair. I'm assuming a 7 o'clock start. Okay. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. We are adjourned.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's always. And. Wake up. Oh. It's like. Back.
Okay, does it okay? I think the one is-
Yeah.
Yeah. How much space we have. Hi, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night, February 16th Board of Commissioners meeting. Every meeting, we start with the pledge, so we'll rise now for that. Thank you.
Get it up.
Commissioner Hodge was trying to give me a heart attack. Brendan, could you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Beaman,
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Here.
Commissioner Labar,
Here.
Commissioner Light, Commissioner Machewski,
Here.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Present.
Commissioner Scott,
I'm here.
Commissioner Somerville.
Here. Fantastic. Thanks, Brenda. At this time in the meeting, we have public participation. So if any members of the public would like to participate, we ask you to come to the podium. You have 3 minutes to address the body. We'll ask that you state your name and the city or township in which you live, and the markers on the podium will give you your time. It will be green means go, yellow means wrap it up, red means your time is up. I will interrupt you not because I'm rude, but in the interest of fairness. Thank you. And at the end of the aggregate comments, that's when commissioners will respond. Welcome to the meeting. Thanks.
Thank you for having me. My name is Delaney Donovan. I live in Councilman Sanders. This is probably the first and last time I ever address any public forum. I'm not terribly sure. About 2 months ago, my neighbor Ricardo was put into a van at the corner of Washtenaw and Gulfside. I'm out of things that I can do about that individually. So I've come here to address the collective of the county that is relevant on something that is also relevant to our local community. City of Romulus, Robert A. McCratt, dated February 16th, 2026, to the Honorable Christy Nome, Secretary of Homeland Security, and Tyler Lyons, Acting Director, Immigration and Customs Enforcement Commission. Dear Secretary and Acting Director, as Mayor of Romulus, I've recently become aware that Romulus has been selected as a potential site for a new ICE detention center. The only one in the state. They have a couple of administrative offices and other things going on, I'm sure, with 150 billion of our dollars. But that's the only one that they're designated as a place to forget people. an address for elected weeks ago. It was in contention, and now I'm pretty sure money has changed hands. The letter goes on. I don't know how widely it is online yet, but it goes on to talk about US code and certificate of occupancy and a whole bunch of rules that I'm sure myself and other people in this room would care about because they were made for a reason. And I gotta go back to my life, and I have a job too, as you all do, and have to find things important that other people don't, and they're gonna care or they're not, and that's just being a person in the world. But it's 30 miles away. It is a literal concentration camp, 30 miles away. And I can't find anything else as relevant. I understand it's a different jurisdiction. I understand it's not on the ballot for this body. I understand that there's not much this group can probably do about it. But you all go to a lot of the same cocktail parties and country clubs or whatever you do with your free time. I don't know. Just, they haven't signed the certificate of occupancy yet. And hopefully we can do something to stall, or I don't know. I don't know what y'all business is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hi, my name is Kathy Wyatt, and I live in Pittsfield Township. I attended the Board of Commissioners retreat on human services. And so I wanted to come here, not just in my personal capacity, but my individual capacity as vice chair of the Community Action Board for Washtenaw County, to thank you, all of you, the Board of Commissioners, who spent 6.5 hours working on issues related to poverty. The Community Action Board is charged with advocating and making recommendations to OCED and the Board of Commissioners around issues related to poverty and advocating for people living in poverty. And the work that you did at the retreat around expressing your commitment to housing, healthcare, and hunger really made me proud to be that you are my commissioners. And I think it is important to recognize in the capacity of the Community Action Board member and vice chair, how important that work is to taking care of those living in poverty, to take care of the least of these. I am also a big advocate for literacy, as most of you know. I actually did search online for a word that started with H that would be for education, and I couldn't find one. Though Superintendent Jazz Parks from Ann Arbor Schools did say, well, what about homework? At a recent forum. But basically, that's all I'm here for, is to thank you. I think you all did a wonderful job. I thought Bridget Herman and Pam Smith from United Way did a wonderful job facilitating. And I really felt the commitment that every single one of you had to making sure that the residents of Washtenaw County are safe and cared for, that that they're not out there with no roof over their heads, that they're not going hungry, that they're getting basic health care, that their basic needs are served and taken care of. So thank you. And that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Good evening, Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. Couple weeks ago, the Ann Arbor City Mayor with fever, admittedly was saying that this country was founded by white supremacy. And he said it multiple times. And I'll just leave it at that. When I lived out near the Lansing area, I delivered pizzas when I was able to work and do such thing. And I won't say the name of the business, but I took an order to South Lansing off Jolly Road. And I'd, just rung the doorbell, opened the bag, delivered the pizza. A woman, elderly woman, opened the door. Like most elderly people at that time, and probably still do, they just gave exact change. And she said, hold on, let me go get your tip. I waited. She came back. I held out my hand. She dropped 2 pennies in my hand. This woman was an elderly Black woman. And what did I do to deserve that? All I did, the guy at the pizza cutter said, hey, order up. I took the order, checked it out, and took it there and rung the doorbell. The reason why I bring this up is Dr. Martin Luther King said, judge me by the content of my character, not by the color of my skin. And there's a rise of what people call the groypers with Nick Fuentes. There's young white men feeling that they're being the brunt of all this hate, because you hear white pricing, white privilege. I'm just letting you know what's out there and what's going on. And that's, you may not feel that here, but trust me, it's out there. And Nick Fuentes does have quite a large following. And the reason I bring that up, because these young men are being told they're the ill of the world just because of the color of their skin. And they're thinking, what did I ever do? I haven't done anything and I'm being blamed for this. Then you say young Black men are being told it's young, white men or white people are their problem. And it's dividing things more and creating more division amongst people than bringing people together. I just ask people to look at people's character and not at the color of skin and how they treat people, please. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hello, my name is Sheila Polkowski and I live on North Territorial Road in Webster Township. I am worried about political violence with trying to save these trees. I was recently warned to watch my back, make sure I'm not being followed since I'm messing with the road commission. Well, I already know this to be true because I have been harassed and threatened before by 2 road commission employees. Back in 2019, when I was trying to save the trees on my street, North Territorial, I did report this to the road commission at a public meeting, and I reported it to my county commissioner, Sue Schink. Now that I'm in this tree battle again, I am terrified. The trauma of the past has never left me. These threats, being warned to watch my back again, has stirred up some serious fears. So let me tell you my story. I was walking down Main Street one afternoon with my family. We were going out to dinner when I heard 2 strangers yell out, "Oh, it's the tree girl." I thought they were tree supporters, but these people were not friendly. One became quite angry and aggressive. I thought I was going to get jumped or beat up as they got in my face, pointing and spitting. And this is what they said to me: "You better stop messing with the road commission. We own the road and we do whatever we want. We know where you live, that cute little wood house way back in the farm field. You know what happens to wood houses. We have stalked your Facebook page. You're a pretty good photographer. You're the tree leader and you need to shut the F up. Stop messing with people's money. I screamed back at them. Why the F do you care about the trees in my front yard? What do you work for, the road commission? And one responded, yes, with a smile. I was in shock and I immediately looked through the members of the Washtenaw County Save the Tree Facebook page, and there they were. These road commission employees joined our Save the Tree page, and now they're stalking me and threatening me to my face. I was terrified, and as a photojournalist, I stopped using social media. I stopped promoting events in fear of making it look like I might not be home because I was afraid they were going to burn my house down. I had to get security cameras and an alarm system. I've dealt with this trauma for years, and now it's stirred up all over again. And you know what? I have met others that have been threatened or harassed by road commission employees or tree contractors when their trees are being cut down. But these people are too afraid to come and speak here today. I have begged these people to come share their stories, but no one will do it because they're terrified and scared of political violence.
Sheila,
Everyone is scared of the road commission.
Sheila, that's time. I'm sorry.
I refuse to let my fear silence me anymore.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hi, I'd just like to, take a moment and appreciate the weather we got out there today. It's a really nice day and I think we just, we should look forward to the spring and the sun coming out, we haven't seen it for a while, so yeah. That's all I gotta say.
Don't forget to tell us your name and city or township.
I'm William Van Haften and I go to Saline High School. I'm from Saline, so yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Somebody from outside. Okay, all right. Anyone else? There they go. That's amazing. Oh my gosh, please come to every meeting. Anyone else in the room for public comment?
Hi, good evening. My name is Renee Quinn and I live in Dexter. Regarding the trees, residents want our road commission to have oversight. Not all road commissions in Michigan are independent operations. Wayne, Macomb, Jackson, Ingrid, and Calhoun County have dissolved their independent road commissions to merge road operations into their county departments, creating a public works department. I think it's time Washtenaw County dissolves our road commission. In 2019, we went from 3 board members to 5 board members, which are appointed, not elected. I think it's time that these positions are elected by voters because I have not seen any of these appointed officials stand up for the environment. Isn't that why we added more to the board? On ZipRecruiter.com, it says the average salary for an Ann Arbor road commissioner is $228,000 a year. Since we have 5 road commissioners, us taxpayers are paying over $1 million for their salary every year. I have seen no improvement with caring for the environment from adding extra road commissioners. In 2020, they wanted to spray the herbicide on North Territorial to kill the weeds instead of cutting the weeds. This herbicide spray was paraquat and Agent White, which was used in the Vietnam War. These chemicals not only kill the weeds, but they also kill the trees and they kill us. And not one of these road commissioners rejected this toxic herbicide until the public outcry. Now we have this Workner Road project and none of these road commissioners are speaking up to protect the old native trees. Only the public outcry has some being spared, but they still want to widen the road by 8 feet total and cut approximately 48 trees. When asked if a traffic study was done, they said a one-day study was done 2 years ago. A one-day study. That sounds ridiculous. What is the real reason they are widening the road by 8 feet. I drive country roads all the time, and there are not many rural country roads that have a 4-foot shoulder. What is the reasoning? Why won't they tell us? Are they only trying to widen the road so they have an excuse to cut the trees? When they cut 500 trees on North Territorial and 500 trees on Mass Road, how much money in lumber was made? 1,000 trees times $1,000 in lumber value, $100 million. We have a housing shortage. Lumber values are at a all-time high, and we are giving away millions in lumber and exotic hardwood lumber to tree contractors. Please.
Thank you, that's
make it-
time.
Please make it make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room for public comment? Ashley, anyone online for public comment?
Yes, Chair. First, we have Christina Laronis.
Hi, Christina. Welcome. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Oh.
Sorry, Chair. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry, Chair, having some technical difficulties.
Sure.
Don't have the permissions to take them off of mute.
Oh, dear.
I'm just gonna run up over
Who
there
has
really
the
quickly.
permissions?
It should be
Oh,
me.
here
Uh,
comes
1 second.
Terrence. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. Sorry, technology is always evolving and being interesting. We're a flexible body, understandable people, understanding people even. I'm filling time. I don't know, maybe more students want to talk to us. I know. You're letting the out of room students show up the in of room students. See how I'm trying to pit them against each other? Okay. Okay, have we hit allowed to talk for Christina? Allowed to talk. Christina, I don't know if you can talk yet, but, oh, ask to unmute. I think we've asked you to unmute.
Okay.
Hi, you're there
Hi,
now.
is it working?
Working. Welcome.
Oh, thank you so much, Commissioner Scott. I was, my friend Sheila Palkowski asked me to attend tonight's meeting in defense of the trees on Workner Road. And I was happy to see both her and Renee Quinn here. Renee was reminding me of the date that I was trying to remember. There was a period of time where we had a very strong group of people working toward dissolving our road commission and incorporating it as a department of the Washtenaw County Board, the typical Washtenaw County government. And instead, we ended up adding 2 more road commissioners, making it even larger, and it's really hasn't changed at all, as far as I can tell. Part of the reason that we had gotten so far down the path of the possible potential ability to have some oversight for the road commission by incorporating it as a department of the Washtenaw County government was because the road commissions had just gone wild. This was in 2017, 2018, and 2019. I live on Textile Road in Pittsfield Township, and our road where we live, where our home is, where our Civil War era farm is, was absolutely destroyed. My home has never been the same. We were treated incredibly cruelly by the road commission. We were sued, and a group of us were sued to widen the road and chop down all of the trees. And these were ancient maples and oaks, just beautiful trees. It was a beautiful tree-lined road. They never cared at all. There was no environmental consideration, but even more so, no consideration of the people who live on the roads in Washtenaw County. And I'm sorry to see that we're seeing that again. We ended up being sued for condemnation, and our neighbors were also sued for condemnation. We were told we could either sign agreements and give away our trees, basically, and take a nominal sum of money, and they would chop down our trees and grade up into our yards. and make it into a 55-mile-per-hour paved commercial truck route, which is bypass to Michigan Ave, which it is now, or they would sue us for condemnation. Well, we fought and we were sued, and they sued an 85-year-old widow who had had a stroke. They sued my neighbors who were a young couple. They sued my husband and me with our disabled daughter. It's her farm in the future. So all of our futures were lost. The road now runs through the Pittsfield Preserve as a 55-mile-per-hour commercial truck route. It's never been home again since this was done. Trees were supposed to have been replanted. This was a promise of our township, but that wasn't done. The project ran wildly over budget because they ended up having to buy so much property.
You know,
I'm
that's,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Could I add just one more thing very quickly?
You can
My
finish.
only point would be that I believe that roads should be seams and not divisions. Seams that we all live on and travel through. It shouldn't just be for the motoring public's convenience. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have my permissions back, Chair. I apologize
good.
for that issue earlier. Next we have KJ.
You said
KJ.
KJ, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. KJ Pedri here, City of Ipsy. I'm not here to say much new, mostly to reaffirm some of the things that I have been telling you as often as I have visited. It is vital that we get shelter on the east side of the county. I know that those processes are in motion, but the need is urgent and we all have to work together to step it up and make it happen. We desperately need a long-term home for our daytime warming center, which honestly needs to be expanded into a year-round program, providing resources, providing cooling, and providing a sense of community for those on the street, newly housed and at risk of homelessness. I feel like sometimes we ask too little of you, and I know those things feel like big lifts. But at the same time, I feel like we get so focused in on these asks that we don't talk about how big the picture of need really is, how many services we need in our community that we don't have. I am a big advocate of continuing to expand the houses of hospitality model, which are a grassroots model that have provided needed alternative spaces when our traditional systems have failed. Programs like Purple House through Mission, which provides winter weather amnesty, they are fully loaded with people who are trespassed from Delonis. Volunteers, unpaid volunteers with a small amount of grassroots training, perhaps, or perhaps they're pulling from professional careers, maybe they're a barista, are dealing with the folks who Delonis is not willing or able to accommodate. And providing just that alternative site can be an amazing opportunity for them to get their needs met in a different space. But we need not just another shelter, but many little shelters. We need peer respite for those who are in mental health crisis. We need crisis centers. We need both grassroots and formal institutions because there is an array of needs and so many are going unmet. I would love to talk to you more individually about what these plans look like. Many of you have my contact information already. I'm easily accessible through Homelessness Solidarity Network, social media, website. Please reach out to me. Please take meetings with me. Please learn about what a lived experience led system of programs could look like in our county. And please invest in bringing other lived experience voices to the table. We are vital to this process. You cannot do this without us. We may need more investment and more accommodation, but that is the nature of doing business in this.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, anyone else online?
There's no one else online, Chair.
Great. So we'll move to Commissioner follow-up to public participation. So far in the queue, I have Sanders, Hodge, and Labar. Commissioner Sanders.
I was trying to take notes right quick. So to the a young lady that spoke about being threatened for speaking up for the trees. First, I'm sorry if you know that actually has occurred to you. I'm sorry that you are feeling unsafe. I am the commissioner that sits on the Washtenaw County Roads Commission. As part of my assignment, I would encourage you to reach out to me and let me know if anything like that happens. I understand that in the heat of the moment, you're not always thinking clearly when you're feeling, intimidated or scared. But if it's possible to try and gather your wits about you so that you might be able to provide me with information about, what did the individuals look like? What was the vehicle that they were driving, if they were driving a vehicle? If you're ever approached again and you feel safe enough to say it, not trying to be facetious, you should let them know that you are going to report them. It is not something that I would sit quietly and not try and find out or get to the bottom of if it was anybody, but let alone if they are employees of the road commission or contracted service providers for the road commission. So you do have a form of recourse, and I also would quite frankly make a police report. So if you're feeling comfortable, you are welcome to send me an email, sandersc@washtenaw.org, and I will have a communication with the Washtenaw County Road Commission Chair and their board. You are also always invited to attend either in person or by phone or virtually their meetings. They meet twice a month. I don't want to lie because I just put it on my calendar, but Tuesdays typically, 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Every other Tuesday. I want to say it's the first and the third, but don't quote me. So that was that. And I hope that you will, be able to get some sort of peace and that this will not continue. In terms of there was a comment about the Washtenaw County Road Commission stipends that I need to correct, but because it was woefully incorrect. The last time I checked, I believe that those commissioners were receiving a stipend of approximately $20,000, no other benefits, and they have not had a raise in 23 years. And I know this because I had some communications with the chair, and I was advocating for them to receive an increase. I thought that it was absurd that you've got people serving and they have not had a raise in 23 years. And they have increased their outreach to the community, whether or not it was by choice or by consent agreement. They have increased the service that they provide to our residents. And so I wanted to clarify that because I know I've been guilty of it and I am on the receiving end of it. We take for granted our elected officials, especially the ones that are not full-time, do not get benefits, face harassment and threats for simply trying to do good works for our residents and on behalf of our residents. So I am, if you haven't already figured it out, I'm very protective of employees and people's ability to be able to come and do the work that they are hired to do without being harassed by the general public or their supervisors. I don't care which it is. I have zero tolerance for it. I know what it's like to be bullied on a job, and I do not put up with it. So I just wanted to clarify they are not making the money that was stated at the podium. And if you divide that $20,000 a year stipend by the number of meetings that they have and the other requirements that they are expected to participate in, you should ask yourself whether or not you would be willing to do that and whether or not you would be willing to take the lashes that they often take sometimes without being fully informed about what the facts are. Having said that, the other part that was mentioned was the road commission going from 3 to 5 members. That was purposeful because there was no minority representation, and there was no representation basically on the east side or more meaningfully on the west side. And so that was done to make sure that all of the residents were being represented and had representation on that commission. And I don't make apologies for that. I think it was needed. It happened before I became a commissioner, but I absolutely think that it was needed. And I, quite frankly, am not certain that they might not need another representative to make sure that the entire county has a voice at that table. But I'll conclude by saying, just as it is so with our meetings here, all of the meetings that we have by appointed and elected bodies are open to the public. And we encourage you to show up and voice your opinions. So please don't let that be lost on you. You do have an opportunity to voice your opinion. And I think it has a little bit more weight when you do it in a public setting and it is a recorded, documented appearance. So that's what I have to say about that. And thank you for coming.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to everybody that came to give public comment, especially the students from Saline High School. So thank you for coming out. I know these can be, I find these meetings entertaining, but I know this may not be your cup of tea. So thanks for taking the time to come out. And to everyone else as well. And to our treasurer in the front row there, you're just hanging out, I guess. Nice to see you. Hey there. Gonna go through my notes here. So I don't see the person that made the comment about the detention center in Romulus. But thank you for making those comments. It's very disturbing I know it's right over the county border into Wayne County, but it is deeply disturbing to have that so close to here. I believe the county government and then municipalities within Washtenaw County are trying to take appropriate steps to limit ICE's ability to act within our area. And I think we have demonstrated through our actions over the last year plus that we will act to the extent of our legal authority to do so. So it's terrible that it's happening, but you can, I think, rest assured that Washtenaw County government will continue to behave appropriately and to protect our residents. To Kathy over there you go, Kathy. Thank you, Kathy, for coming out, and thank you for sitting and enjoying, it sounds like, the 6-hour retreat. She's nodding in the affirmative. She really enjoyed the retreat. I greatly appreciate your service on Community Action Board. And I am also grateful that you continue to uplift the work that's happening there and the need for us to continue to focus on economic inequality in Washtenaw County. I think there's been no greater champion of that than you. So thank you for continuing to do that and for taking the time to come out here tonight. To Jeremy, constituent, I typically enjoy your comments. I didn't enjoy the comments today so much. And here's why. I think that and I understand the sentiment and where it's coming from, but I think comments like that demonstrate a lack of understanding around structural racism, structural inequality, and some of the distinctions between prejudice and systemic power in our community. I find you to be a very well-intentioned person, though, so it's and other people feel the way or feel similar to what you expressed. And I think that we can all continue to try to learn. Just a few books that I think may be of interest to anyone looking to learn more and to have a better understanding of systemic racism in our country. A few of those books could be How to Be an Anti-Racist, The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness, Racism Without Racists, Colorblind Racism and the Persistence of Racial Inequality in the United States, and another book called So You Want to Talk About Race. Happy Black History Month, everybody. So I think in thinking about that comment and this kind of sentiment, Many of you know that I have a lending library on my lawn, and I live on Andrea Street in Sugarbrook. I will be purchasing some of those books to add to the lending library for anyone that would like to go and, take one of those books and keep it if you want, or you can bring it back for others to read. But I think that could be a good start for anyone looking to have further education on issues of race and structural inequality in our country. To the comments about rogue behavior of road commission employees, I find that to be deeply concerning and certainly something that I would want to learn more about, and about the road commission more broadly too. The board did take the step to add additional road commissioners in the past. It's certainly something we could look into again. I'm intrigued by this idea of having elected road commissioners. I would talk to Corporation and Council to see if that is a possibility for us. I don't think it is. I think you have to have a county with a population size larger than ours to do that. But there is always the option that if things are truly occurring in a way that we would not want in Washtenaw County, that the board could absorb the duties of the road commission back into the Board of Commissioners. Certainly something that we could talk about. But thank you for the ongoing advocacy related to the trees. And I received many emails about the trees. So thank you for continuing to make your voices heard about that. And yes, the weather is very nice. Thank you for the comment about the weather, and thank you for coming out again. Hopefully it stays nice, and hopefully you keep coming to our meetings. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. I've got Commissioner Labar and then Somerville. I have and Light. I saw you, Sanders, but we'll do round one of everybody. Light, and then I see Beeman, and then I see Maciejewski, and then I see Robbie, and then we'll start round two. So everybody will talk, and then we'll do round two. Okay. Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that auxiliary information. It will inform my comments.
Thank you. It does.
There were serious things said at public comment. They've had serious responses that I agree with and thought were well said. I did just very briefly want to say the first gentleman who spoke on the detention center spoke as a citizen and a resident and an American who seemed upset and not sure how to voice that to an institution of some authority. And I just wanted to recognize on a human level that many of us feel that way, can empathize with him. And I don't have a solution to that. The best I can come up with is whenever possible, if we can voice our collective opinion as a body. I understand the feds aren't going to listen to us, but I think there is value in stating that. And I guess I'd also say for the 9 of us as human beings, with a life that extends beyond this boardroom, the minutes of history will also point to where we stood on some of these issues. And so I think it's never a bad thing to make sure those minutes reflect that we think this is wrong, bad, and something to push against and fight against as best we possibly can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Labar. Commissioner Somerville?
Thank you, Chair. I accidentally muted myself. I want to co-sign the response that Commissioner Hodge gave to the comments that were related to the topic of white supremacy in this country being built on it. I don't think that my colleagues up here who are Black should have to discuss this, especially during Black History Month, but the entire, everything in this country was built on literally forcibly eliminating people who were native to this land and then bringing people who were not native to this land to be used as in slavery. So I have to say that, and this is something that I keep with me in everything I do, whether it's work or just in my life, that everything we see in this country was built on the backs of other people who were not white and who didn't benefit and still don't benefit because there is structural and systemic racism that is just prevalent in everyday life. It's just, it's one of those things that I feel like there's a lot of work to be done, both in settings like this when things get addressed that need clarity. And I respect that my colleague gave some opportunities for people to look into to better understand this issue, because clearly there's still a lot of work to do. We've seen a rise in white supremacy in the last decade, which is pretty devastating. And I have great fear for young people who are growing up, who are either in this room right now or watching this meeting at home, who might think it's okay to just turn a blind eye on American history. And there are efforts right now to erase history, to not teach people about what our country did to Native Americans and people who were literally forcibly brought to North America. And so it is really important that people who believe in facts and truth continue to make sure people know what happened in this country for hundreds of years, because there is an administration right now who is literally removing things from our museums and removing evidence of things that happened by our ancestors. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Somerville. Commissioner Light.
Thank you, and happy Black History to everyone. As I say, it's Black History every day, all day for me. And what I do during Black History Month is I represent and wear something of the African or Black or brown descent. So today is Black Excellence, and that is myself and those who represent not just being of the Black race, but who understands and supports our Black and brown folks. So happy Black History. I just wanted to address who I believe is my constituent, as she called herself the tree lady. Thank you for coming forth and providing us the information. I absolutely do not condone you being feared for advocating for what you believe is the best environmental decision. And so I would love to speak with you. And it's totally not tolerated from this board for someone to threaten you and make you feel like you can't come here, because you can come here and you can express and advocate how you need to. No one can take that right away from you. And so if you come to every board meeting and you want to make sure that you continue to voice your opinion, you can do that. And you can also do that at the road commission meeting, and no one is to come and to bother you and to threaten you when you're out on your time with your family. It's not acceptable. It's not okay. And we're gonna have a discussion on how we can get this together, because if there are some employees, which I don't believe, I think they did that just to try to put more intimidation and fear into you. But if they are, hopefully they will not be working there. So we are gonna talk, but you know, you can come here and you can voice your opinion whenever and however you may need to do in those 3 minutes that they provide. So that's just concerning, and I just want you to know from myself as my constituent, we are gonna talk about it and we're gonna get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, Commissioner Light. We are going to move on to Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight. Echo a lot of what my peer commissioners have said in terms of addressing issues with ICE, focusing on housing, healthcare, and hunger. Thank you, Kathy, for bringing that forward. And I want to also just take a moment to thank my fellow commissioners for participating fully in that session. I think we brought a lot of really good ideas to the table, and I don't know that I got to thank you all publicly for your time. Sheila, I'm horrified by your experience. I hope that we can get to the bottom of it. No one should feel unsafe in their home. No one should feel unsafe speaking out to protect the trees. None of that is acceptable. So would definitely like to piggyback on Commissioner Sanders, and however I can help, I want to be helpful in that space. To echo and support my fellow commissioners, white supremacy isn't about extremist groups or people using slurs. It's an ideology and a system that was historically placed white people at the top of social, political, economic hierarchies. That's still something that we are dealing with today. Last year, I attended a meeting where elected officials
didn't understand how recent Jim Crow laws were. And that was devastating to me as my mother lived through those in the South. Decision makers that aren't understanding history, it's so much harder to make an impact on how it's still influencing the disparities that we see today. So talking about this, recognizing our past, understanding that there are wrongs that will never be right, but acknowledging them and moving forward from a space with equity. We can only move forward, honestly, if we're willing to understand where we were.
Thank you, Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to note the first speaker tonight. I think there were multiple speakers tonight who expressed frustration in their comments, and I will concur with Commissioner Labar. When history looks back at what we did, it's important for us, even though we may not have power over a particular thing or the ability to immediately impact it in a tangible way, it's important for us to nonetheless be on the record at times. So I want to acknowledge his frustration for what's going on in our country right now. The hundreds of millions of dollars that are being spent of taxpayer dollars to undertake these activities, which just the Minnesota operation alone has resulted in an incredibly small amount of actual illegal criminals being deported, but yet rights of Americans being violated on a regular daily basis. I'm going to concur with Commissioner Hodge in his thoughts. I'll just co-sign on to that. I also want to recognize, I was a teenager in the 1980s. That's where I first got interested in government and in history. And I want to recognize Reverend Jesse Jackson. He was, for those of us who lived in the 80s, I'm one of them. You too, Carolyn, Commissioner Sanders, I think maybe.
Me too. I am too.
Talked about it in the last meeting, so his emergence on the political scene was such a dynamic moment, especially for me just as a teenager getting involved in politics. I just wanted to note his passing as well. He was an incredible figure, not only in the political world but as an American. And finally, Sheila, on the Working the Road thing, I strongly encourage you to connect with Commissioner Sanders so we can look into this situation again. Unfortunately, it's not the first time I've heard these things, but we do need to look into them and take a hard look at the way the Road Commission is operating again. There have been comments periodically about, well, we should take the Road Commission back in. I do believe that window closed several years ago, and that is currently statutorily not an option anymore. So I do appreciate the sentiment around that, though. I will say that the Road Commission did hold 2 sessions on Working the Road, 2 public sessions. I do want to acknowledge the fact that I encouraged them to include public comment at their in-person session, which they did. And I arrived kind of at the very end of the meeting. But the feedback I got on it was that people appreciated the opportunity to talk to the Road Commission again in that forum and then interact with them on a one-on-one basis, as there were at least a half a dozen Road Commission employees at that event. I know Andrew DeLue from administration was there as well. So I do appreciate the engagement on that. I do appreciate that the Road Commission has taken another look and dialed back their original plan. I do encourage everybody who's interested in that project to continue to voice their opinions on it as it moves forward. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Commissioner Machewski. We are now at Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the disadvantage of going last is that everybody's already said the things you wanted to say, so appreciate all the comments that were made. I'm gonna mostly co-sign on, what everyone has said. Few other thoughts that I did want to add into the mix. I guess this is related to both the comments about immigration and the comments about race, in our country. I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and that everyone that spoke up said something. I think it's really important in the context of the moment that we're living in, to recognize the history of our country, and that, as Commissioner Beaman said, that history is very present today, in everything that happens around us, that everything that's happening at the federal level. What ICE is doing is not new. It's not a novel concept. This is an organization that's been around for 20 years, that's trained, that emerged from a racist moment in our history, as we talked about, at a previous meetings. And a lot of the actions that they're taking and strategies that they're using are built off of, strategies of ingrained racism in our country that have been used for generations to oppress people of color in this country. We think about the context of what's happening around ICE and the connection to voting and the connection to the Trump administration saying, give us your voting rolls and we'll leave you alone. Well, that feels a lot like what was experienced in the Jim Crow South around voting and around the intimidation tactics and killing and lynching and murders, that were conducted, bricks being thrown through windows, houses being set on fire, to intimidate people into not voting, into not participating, to kill and maim and injure entire communities. And we're seeing a replication of those strategies. And I think that, as we know from our history books, and from many of the books that Commissioner Hodge, pointed out that we should all read, we know that our country was, and as Commissioner Somerville said, built on genocide, and it was built on slavery. And everything that we have around us here now, like every part of this building, the streets outside, the wealth that we have in this country, and the fact that we are living in a wealthy country, that wealth was not something that like God gave us. I think there's this fallacy in this country that God somehow has imbued this country with special powers, and that's why we're so great. We have what we have because we stole it. We stole the land, we stole the resources, and we stole the people, and we are currently stealing land, resources, and people across the world as we speak. That is a reality that we face. And we talk about it in terms of oil, talk about it in terms of Venezuela, we can talk about it in terms of Iraq, Afghanistan, all these countries across the planet that we have exerted a neo-colonial doctrine upon through force, through militarism, through military bases. We are seeing it in Cuba right now. We've had conversations about Cuba at this table. Cuba is a sovereign country that has resisted American imperialism for generations. And what the Trump administration is doing is they are trying to commit starvation, genocide on an entire people that happens to equate to the population of Michigan. About 10 million people live in Cuba. And their biggest offense is that they've refused to comply with American neocolonialism. And what we saw in Venezuela, what happened there with the removal of, their president, we have no business being the world's police, but it goes deeper than that because it is about the resources. It's about, we went there to steal the oil so that we could get it for cheap, so that our, rates at the BP gas station would be less for political purposes. When we want something, we steal it. This country is built on stealing. This country is built on rape and murder and genocide. And until we actually face that reality and we start to see these computer screens, the chips that are in it, the wood on this desk, all of this stuff we didn't earn this. It was stolen. And I think we need to internalize and understand that as a country before we can make any progress. Because what we really need to do is stop stealing this shit. We need to stop colonizing people and oppressing people and killing people overseas. People are dying mining diamonds in Africa and South America for people to buy at jewelry stores in Ann Arbor. That's an unacceptable reality, but we've internalized the normalcy that that's like okay, instead of internalizing the normalcy that that's like deeply fucked up and we need to change that reality. But in the current status of the capitalist society that we live in, if it's making money, it's okay to breeze it over. It's okay to not think about it, but it's all around us and everything that we have. And we need to remember that. And it's happening in the streets of our country too, because it's happening with what ICE is doing, with what they're proposing in Romulus to build this facility. I'm so grateful that the gentleman came out and spoke up about this. And I hope that everybody will attend. There is a rally coming up. I believe it's next week, this Friday in Romulus. People should go to that. You know, we need to rally. Oh, Commissioner Somerville is going to give you details in just a little bit. Oh, there is an Ann Arbor rally on Friday, and there's also a rally in Romulus, I think on the 23rd, pretty sure. Anyways, look online. There's plenty of opportunities to get involved, to speak up, and to say that we as a community are opposed to this. Even though Romulus is not in Washtenaw County, we do need to be speaking up because it will impact our community. It's a park, why is it in Romulus? There's an airport in Romulus. Easy to send people out on a plane because you're putting them right in that facility right there. And I do just want to say that the piece about like, oh, they're just, you know, we're just arresting, you know, criminals, to Commissioner Maciejewski's point. One, that's not the case. And two, even the quote unquote criminals that are being taken, I can tell you from experience, because I've been working with some of the individuals that have been taken, they may have a criminal record, but in many times, especially in Michigan, we've had several instances of this. People's criminal records are over 20 years old. They were misdemeanors that were expunged under our laws in Michigan. They were expunged records. They should not have a criminal record anymore. They were minor crimes, and these people are being treated like murderers, and that's just not the case. So, and we're seeing families getting separated. We're seeing people get deported to countries that they have no connection to anymore, and in many cases that they worked with America to help American interests, and then came to this country and are now going to be punished, being sent back to their country of origin, even though they have no connection there anymore. So it is deeply messed up, and I'm encouraged by the comments that were made. I'm encouraged by the comments of my colleagues. We need to be organized in this resistance and in this moment, and we have to draw a line in the sand as communities. And I will just quickly say, I feel like there's a rising groundswell in this moment of popular resistance and of resistance at public board tables. We're seeing this all across the country of public bodies resisting Trump through official action. We participated in that, and others are participating in across the country. I think this is something that we can keep building on and pushing the envelope of resistance. And I think it will have a contagious ripple effect in other parts of the state and the country. On the trees, again, very much supportive of your efforts. You need to file a police report if you haven't done so already. Please file a police report. Please document everything that happens that is not okay. I'm marginally unsurprised by what you're saying, though, because I do think that there's some culture that needs to change at the Road Commission generally. I hope that it never happens to you again. I hope that if it does, you can document it, record it, do audio recording, whatever it is, video recording, whip your phone out, make sure your phone's always charged. Document it and file police reports, because that's not okay. You should not be intimidated. You're on the right side of this. You're fighting for the trees, and these trees have been there for, over 100 years in many cases. Who are we to come by now in 2026 and say, you're not valuable anymore, we're going to cut you down? It's messed up. And you're on the right side of this. Stay the course, stay strong. We love you. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. We're back to round two. Commissioner Sanders?
So I wanted to make sure that I had my information correct. And I, in my mind, had the road commissioners making 20,000 because I had proposed a $10,000 increase for them. It didn't happen. But just for specific information, they received $10,500 a year as a stipend, and that is across the board. The chair does not receive more. And so if you do the dirty math on that, that divided by 12 months is $875 a month. If you divide that again by 3 meetings a month, and I'm gonna give you their schedule in just a second, it's $291 per meeting, divided by approximately 8 hours, because that's about what they spend in a month. You know, that's a stipend of like $37. And I don't know how many of you would do the work that they have to do for that amount of money. It's not just showing up at the meetings. They have to actually read the packets and be prepared as we are expected to be. And then they also hold a once a month session where they make themselves available for the general public in their districts to be able to reach out to them and ask them questions and or share concerns or complaints with them. So that said, we're talking about a commission of 5 that receives $10,500 a year as a stipend. Currently, I think the highest paid road commission is Oakland County. And I believe theirs is 15,000, and they, when they are serving, actually get benefits, healthcare benefits. So I just wanted to correct that so people could be, you know, more correctly informed and be able to put the work that they do in some sort of perspective. And in relationship to their meetings, they meet the first and third Tuesday of every month. The first meeting or the first meeting in the month is at 1 p.m. and that's the board meeting. And then the third meeting, which is, you know, the middle of the month, they actually meet at 9 a.m. and typically go until 11, but oftentimes they run over. And then they come back and they have a 1 to 3 p.m. and sometimes that runs over. So, and I want to say this because a lot of people don't understand. Many positions that we have, especially when they are elected, they have a history in and of themselves where they typically have been designed for people that are in positions to be able to take these jobs, not necessarily work full time, and have sleepless nights. So, you know, when we say public servants, or servant leaders, whatever you want to call us, and whether you like what we do or not, we are committed to doing the work, and we do the work. And when you look at the history of some of these positions, they are set up so that the average person cannot afford to do them. They can't afford to run for office. They can't afford to do the work. The majority of us that sit around this table have full-time jobs. In addition to the work that we do for the commission. And you all have seen it. It's rare that we're out of here at 9:30. It's a standing joke. Like, don't dare put a time limit on it because you're gonna jinx us. But our average meetings, when we're really taking care of business, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, we've gone as late as 3 a.m. and still have to drive home and get up in the morning to be at our other job, the real job, right? But we do this because I won't speak for everybody else. It is a labor of love for me. It brings me joy, but also heartburn. And so I wanted to put that in perspective for people as they, you know, consider trying to beat us up for something that we've done instead of, you know, just trying to approach us and have a conversation, as my pastor used to say, decently and in order. So I wanted to correct that information that I gave earlier. And I will restate again that I can be reached. You can, if you pull all of us up, I believe when you pull us up on the website, it shows which committees we belong to. We are asked at the beginning of every year to sign up, and we have a plethora of vacant spots because there's only so much that we can do with other obligations. So I think that was it. I just wanted to correct that so people No, I'm not, defending but I'm gonna speak from my heart. I know that I do the work. And so if you see me not, crying or looking weepy-eyed, because somebody doesn't like something that I said, I don't apologize for that. I do my work and I am responsive. I just don't put up with a whole lot of bull. So, thank you.
Thank you for noting there's vacancies on other committees. In case anybody's interested in signing up for any of those. One of them is the Road Commission. Okay. Commissioner Hodge, part two.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick on this one. Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments. I just want to add some context to my comments about the Road Commission. I was interested in this potential for us to reabsorb it because I was getting a lot of feedback from constituents last year. I went through and then read through Public Acts 14 and 15 of 2012, which would be the ones that would talk about whether or not we could do that. There wasn't anything in there that mentioned that we could not reabsorb. So I ended up asking Michelle. Michelle can jump in to.
Why are you stealing my thunder?
Well, I mean, I did this in July of last year. So yes, Michelle, you could jump in or I'll just read the email that you wrote me. But yes, in 2020, the sunset language was removed. So we could at any point in the future take it back if we wanted to. So thank you, Michelle. That is accurate. Are your words accurate in this email from you that I'm reading? Yes. Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Commissioner Beaman, round two.
I'm just going to be really brief. I got a little passionate and I forgot to say thank you to the students from Saline who came out. Go Hornets. My little Hornets are in bed right now, but thank you for coming out and participating.
I doubt your Hornets are in bed. Thank you. Listening to the comments. Thank you, everyone who came to the meeting. Thanks, commissioners, for follow-up. I'll be super brief. Commissioner Hodge, first of all, stole my thunder because I was gonna say that, yes, the option of talking about road commission being part of the county is something we can discuss again, and perhaps that's something we should discuss. And for the ins and outs, I have concerns about elected road commissioners because I think it's really important that we see road commissioners from outside of the county rather than just in Ann Arbor. Don't hate me, Ann Arbor. I know I represent you, but I think that if somebody from Ann Arbor said they wanted to run for road commission and the just by the mere population of what happens in Washtenaw County, those people might win the election. And I don't think that helps the road commission. Sorry, again, Ann Arbor, but I'm for everybody in the county. I am very disturbed by the concentration camp in Romulus as well. And I appreciate the fact that those comments were hard to say because it's a frustration that we all feel about not knowing what to do. I think people around this table feel that way sometimes, and we're even more plugged in. I'm not exactly sure what we do, but I do, again, agree with Commissioner Labar, who I think said it best here. I think I've noted this before at different meetings we've had as commissioners. We can be Vichy France or we can be the resistance. And I think we're all committed to being the resistance. So what else? I want to thank Kathy Wyatt for coming to talk to us and thank us for the work. It's nice to feel appreciated. So I appreciate that back in return. The trees, I think that talks about the road commission. And then just finally, just to talk about where Commissioner Hodge started, I want to endorse that entire reading list that he had. And I want to note that prejudice can exist in any direction. I think, but it's important to think about the terms. Racism is about how power and prejudice operates within systems of power. This is what I always taught my child, that racism exists because there's a power differential, and that's what racism is. In the US, concepts of race and racism developed alongside laws and institutions that advantaged white people and it disadvantaged people of color. And understanding that now helps us understand how power works and how we can rebuild and build fairer systems going forward. So that's all I have to say about that. Next item on the agenda, liaison reports. Any liaison reports? I see none, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Machieski. Every time I think I'm gonna get away with it.
Just when you thought you got away.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank you for the correction on the road commission status. So I appreciate that. I had not recalled that. So thank you both. Very much.
Thank you.
The County Board of Public Works met this morning, and I wanted to just note for everybody that the cleanup days for 2026 have been announced. The first one will be in Pittsfield Township on April 4th. And I believe that the registration for that opens on February 23rd. It's on the website. So you remember you have to pre-register for these cleanup days, and you get a time slot assigned to attend. So April 4th in Pittsfield, June 27th in Northfield, August 8th in the city of Ypsilanti, and November 14th at the county facility on Zebra Road in Scioto Township. And so you have to pre-register for all those. There's different dates to where the pre-registration opens over the course of the year. Look at the Water Resource Commissioner's site for further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Machieski. Any other liaison reports, Commissioner LeVar?
Just briefly, we did have our first initial space plan committee meeting. And Commissioner Machieski, in a vicious campaign, prevailed as our new vice chair of that committee. And so I wanted to congratulate him on that, and Commissioner Somerville as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other liaison reports? Okay, congratulations, Commissioner Machieski. Yeah. I'm going to move on to report from the county administrator. Administrator Dill.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. I want to start with a thank you to Commissioner LeVar. The early edition of the chamber breakfast happened this morning, and he was a gracious host to both Administrator Milton Mahoney from the city of Ann Arbor and myself. I thought it was an excellent conversation, a lot of feedback afterwards and in the parking lot. So thank you for hosting us. I do want to, I don't know if Milton is at home listening, but I do want to fact check his one statement about him being older than me. I want to make sure that that is indeed correct. So I think at a future early edition, we need to set the record straight. Just a couple of real quick updates. I spoke last Wednesday with the Director of Parks, Megan Bonfiglio. We talked about a couple of things and wanted to make sure that we had a strategy for you all moving forward. I was able to review some very, very preliminary schematic designs and site development work. So I say that to say that we are making good progress in that area and hope to have something to share with you all very soon. We also had talked about the financials, and at some point we will owe you an updated financial accounting of where we stand. So stay tuned. I feel really good about that. Second item is the administrative team is going to embark on our annual planning retreat on March 25th. We were anxiously awaiting you all's event, and we felt really good about what we heard, and we know what our charge is after hearing from you all. In addition to that, our team has gone through a survey of our operation, our work together, our relationship together. We're going to unpack that at our retreat, and we're going to try to develop a framework for applying resources to your priorities. So again, that date will happen on March 25th, and look forward to reporting out on that. And then last, but certainly not least, and it kind of pains me to say this, I think you all know that I have received the retirement notification of our CFO, Tina Gavalier. and I do it with much sadness. She has been around for 35, 36 years, quite a long time. And what I say to you all is she has been just a tremendous colleague. And I just want to take just a moment to walk you through some of the things on her resume, her county resume. She started in 1991 as a student intern, moved to deputy district court clerk, district court probation secretary, budget analyst, human resources manager, management analyst, financial analyst, budget and financial reporting manager, budget operations director, finance and budget operations director, and then in 2021, after a thorough process, became our CFO. She has been just a stalwart in the financial area. She has overseen a 4-year budget, the migration from the 2 to the 4-year budget, and our AAA bond rating. She has been just a wonderful jewel for our organization, and I'm so grateful to call you a friend and colleague. Thank you, Tina, for what you've done. This is your opportunity. If you want to say something, this is certainly your opportunity. You said you were not, I would not see tears, so.
I said, I hope to not cry. I'll be here for 6 more board meetings, not that I'm counting. Yeah. But I'm looking at, forward to sunsetting my labor of love, Commissioner Sanders. Thank you for the words.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
I think people want to say a lot of things, but you have 6 more meetings, but I'm already crying, so that's ridiculous. Okay. I'm very excited for you, but I'm crying for all of us and the work that you do.
Yusuf's crying too. He just.
Okay, thanks. Okay, all right, we're gonna move on. Next, thank you, Administrator Bill, that's it?
Yes, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's hard to know what to say after hearing things like that. Okay, next item is report from the Chair of the Board of Commissioners. I have no report this evening. And so the next item is a special order of business. We have 3 public hearings and 1 resolution to set a public hearing. So I will open the first public hearing. The first public hearing to receive comment on a proposed building inspection civil infraction ordinance. The hearing's open. Anybody here to comment on that? I see none, and I'll call the hearing closed. And the next public hearing open, I'm gonna bang that gavel a lot, is to receive comment on the proposed transformational brownfield plan for 350 South Fifth in the city of Ann Arbor. Anybody here to comment on the transformational brownfield plan? Oh, good. Come forward. I think we still have 3 minutes to comment. Is that correct? 3 minutes. Yep. Okay.
Good evening, Jennifer Hall, Ann Arbor Housing Commission. This is a Ann Arbor Housing Commission project in partnership with the city of Ann Arbor. It's known as the old Y Lot. It's adjacent to the Blake Transit Center. It's the largest project we've ever done. I've developed over 20 projects of affordable housing. This is so complex. It's over $200 million. We have a very complex capital stack. So I have 2 folks here with me, Jake Osterman with Plant Moran. He's here if you do have questions at some point about what a transformational brownfield is. And DeWarren Gibson with Related Midwest, which is our development partner. For the public, this is over 300 apartments. We have 330 apartments ranging from 30% of median income to 80% of median income. So 100% affordable project. And I'll be in the audience as well if there's questions you have for me. Thank you.
Anyone else here for comment on the public hearing on the transformational brownfield plan?
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. Question on the TIFs. They're usually 30 years. And there is, around the country, there's been waves in the property tax system. And you're assuming that the same property tax system in the state of Michigan is going to be in the same place and at the same state. in the next 30 years. I'm saying that it may not be in the same place that it is today. And when you make those assumptions that it's going to stay the same for the next 30 years, by the rule of 72, that's just out of this world that, and if it changes and it goes away, what happens to all these properties that you put these tips on, that you expect these incomes to come back from? And that decreases what happens. That's something to think of as you go forward, because there are cases around the country in Texas Supreme Court on the 16th Amendment on property taxes as being an unrealized gain. And that's happening now, and the defendants had to respond by February 17th. So that is going on. There's cases in Ohio and all around the country. People are suing their counties, county assessing office on property taxes. And I'm saying there may be a change in it, and you're assuming that the same system that you're doing now is going to be remaining in place then. I'm asking you to think outside the box and think, what if it is not? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the hearing on the transformational brownfield plan for 350? Hi, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Lorenz. I'm the Executive Director of the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust. You'll be hearing our items soon, but I just wanted to speak in favor of this transformational TIF. I've been following this for years now. This is a remarkable achievement. 330 units, new homes in such a wonderful location. I just applaud the Housing Commission and all of the effort that has gone into this.
Thank you. Any other comments on the transformational brownfield plan? Okay, I hear none, so I'll call that hearing closed. And the next public hearing I'll open. This is the public hearing to receive comment on the proposed County Homes Brownfield Plan in the city of Ann Arbor. Would anyone like to give public comment on this item?
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Sarah Lorenz. I'm the Executive Director of the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust. We are really pleased to bring this proposal to the county. This has also been several years in the works, about 2. And we have had a tremendous amount of support ourselves from community members, some who are here right now, as well as elected officials. And it has been really a pleasure for me in particular to get to know many of the people who are seeking housing. We now have over 800 people on our waiting list. And so 26 of them will be able to get homes, but we are hoping to build homes for all of them. And we assume that there are many others who wish to live around the county. We propose to be starting this within the city of Ann Arbor so that we could deal with one municipality for this proposal, but we're hoping to expand throughout the county. And we believe that there are many other folks that are not on our buyers list because we're not saying that we're operating around the county. But I would look forward to speaking with all of the commissioners about land that they may have in their districts. And we're hoping to provide housing for everyone who needs it, either rental or homeownership.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Gall, and I actually currently live in Oakland County, South Lyon, and I commute about 25 minutes every day to park in a commuter lot to then bus in to my job at University of Michigan. I work for University of Michigan Medicine, and I've worked there for about 2.5 years now, and I still can't afford to live in the city that I work in. And that's why the need for affordable housing, I feel, is so extreme. And it also would be extremely beneficial to the environment to reduce all that commuting. Parking is really tight in some of those lots, and instead of building new parking lots, moving the workforce into Ann Arbor, I feel like would also be very beneficial. There are so many people like me who have experiences similar to mine, and I really think that the work that A2CLT is doing would be just extremely life-changing. I implore you all to consider people like me when you make these decisions, and thank you guys so much for all your time and the hard work that you give.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parker Glushin, and I'm a teacher at Pioneer High School. I teach physics there, and I'm also with A2CLT. I thought it was impossible for me to ever possibly own a home in Ann Arbor. Even though that's always been a dream for me as a teacher, I really feel a need to invest in the community where I'm serving. And I want to live in the space where my students are living, so I can go to their events, go to community events that they're interested and passionate in. It's a really important aspect of my job, and it's very difficult for me when I can't live in the city. And then I heard just about a year ago with the about the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust Program, and they've made really great strides into making housing, affordable housing, like a reasonable dream for some of us who serve in the community. So it's super important for us that the TIF is approved, so that people like me can also live here and continue to invest in their communities. So just wanted to say thank you for hearing us tonight, and I hope you'll consider approving the TIF. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let me just say, I'm loving this queue for the public hearing. It's fantastic. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Easton. I live in Wayne County, Brownstown, but I commute daily about 45 minutes on a good day with traffic. Sometimes as bad as like an hour, hour and a half, especially with these winter conditions we just got over, hopefully. But I work for the athletic department at the university, and I love what I do. I'm really good at it. I love being in the city. Never been here before this job, and I've been working here for about 4 years. Never really thought about owning a home in the city because I just thought it was too expensive until I discovered what the Community Land Trust was trying to do. And just knowing that it's a real possibility is just something that's very exciting to me. I really hope this does get approved because these commutes coming in and out are just a drag. I've been here since I want to say 7:30 this morning. I'll probably get home about 9:30, 10 o'clock tonight, just to turn around and be back. I love supporting the city, I love supporting the university, and just believe that the Land Trust is doing something great for people of my age to get us affordable housing in the city that we work in, making us an actual part of the community. So I really do hope that this gets passed, and thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Lyndon Kelly. My wife and I live in Ann Arbor. We used to be the people that just spoke here. We're lucky enough that we're old. We were able to buy a house in Ann Arbor at making $7.50 an hour, driving a forklift on a food warehouse out on Ellsworth Road. We would like to we are so excited about what the Land Trust is doing, that we found a way to pry some money out of our retirement to invest in the Land Trust, so that these folks can have the opportunity to do what we've had a chance to do and live in Ann Arbor. So I encourage you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Stolberg. I just happen to live in the oldest schoolhouse still standing in the county, built in 1839, and it's an Underground Railroad site. So I'm also a bit of a history buff and was on the city's bicentennial. So I want to wish you both a happy birthday and happy Black History Month as well. There is an organization that I think is very wonderful and has an incredible website. It's the African American Cultural and Historical Museum of Washtenaw County. They have a physical location on Laurel Road, but everybody should go to their website and check this out. It's aachm.org, and an incredible amount of content, including a lot of oral histories. So I got to get to what I came here for, which was to support the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust. I am also one of the supporters who's helped. I'm a real estate professional. I've helped them acquire land that will be built on for the homes for these people and other people. This is really something wonderful. There's other wonderful things for affordable housing, like the project at the old Y lot, which I'm very happy to see be 100% affordable housing, up to 80% AMI. There's very few things that allow attainably priced home ownership, and that's what's special about the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust and what's different about it and unique. Um, These are homes that will be attainably priced and stay that way. When the homeowner moves on, it's designed to stay attainably priced. And I will let Sarah Lorenz explain that more if you have questions about how that operates. So I just offer my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room to comment on this public hearing?
I'm Peter Allen from Ann Arbor. Two quick points. One, I've been in the real estate business for 50 years. One of my great memories was driving Bob Gunzel around Ann Arbor to try to find a location for the Delonis building. And I remember showing him, he wanted to be downtown. He needed to have a big footprint. And we drove to that site last. He said, this is it. And there were a lot of things he did beautifully to get it accomplished, but may he rest in peace. Wonderful person. Secondly, I've known Sarah for about 7, 8 years. I taught at the School of Architecture, Urban Planning, and the School of Business for 42 years. Had 42 years, I had 4,200 students. She's in the top 1%. She is an amazing person at getting things done. She's got about 100 balloons in the air all the time. She's trying to manage and get everything in place for these first 26 homes. So you can rest assured that she knows what she's doing. She will fulfill her promises. She'll make those people really happy. It's an incredible concept. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Any other comments for the public hearing? Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you. That public hearing is closed. Next item is a resolution to set a public hearing on the proposed transformational brownfield plan at 350 South Fifth. Would anybody like to move that? Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Labar moved, Commissioner Hodge supported. Any discussion on this item? Okay, we'll do a roll call. Brendan?
Commissioner Beaman. Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you very much. All right, next item on the agenda is appointments. There are none. We'll move to the consent agenda.
Support.
I have moved by Labar, supported by Hodge. Any discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, that's a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Fantastic, that item passes. Before we move to the resolutions, I am going to move our closed session up so we can send the lawyer home and stop paying. Commissioner Hodge?
I move that we go into closed session to discuss Fox versus Washtenaw et al.
Do I have a second? Support. Moved by Hodge, seconded by Labar. That's a roll call vote to move into closed session. Brendan?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light. Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, we're gonna go into closed session. We'll be back, hopefully in not too long. All right, let's come back to order so we can go home. Thank you, everyone. I'm looking for somebody to move the first readings. Commissioner LeBar?
Sure, Chair, under first readings, A resolution adopting the Tiny Homes Brownfield Plan. B, a resolution adopting the transformational brownfield plan for 350 South Fifth. C, a resolution authorizing the strategic traffic enforcement grant from the Sheriff's Office. D, a resolution authorizing the secondary road patrol grant from the Sheriff's Office. E, a resolution creating one FTE program manager for the Youth Assessment and Resource Center. F, a resolution approving the agreement with POAM, Washtenaw County, and the Sheriff's Office. G, a resolution approving the tentative agreement with TPOAM clerical and supervisors for 2026-7 compensation.
Support.
Okay, so moved by LeBar, seconded by Hodge. Any discussion on any items here? Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. I do have a few questions about both of the brownfield projects.
Can we take them one by one? So start with A.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I was planning on. All right, so the first question is, I know that Sarah, you and I have met before and talked about this, but so in terms of the Brownfield Authority, and I know Nathan's here too, I think, so. In terms of the Brownfield Authority, it sounds like there is a 30-year affordability supervisory period, I guess, where the Brownfield Authority has the ability of basically approving the sale price. Is that what it is? Or what's the mechanism through which the Brownfield Authority for the next 30 years will ensure affordability? Maybe that's a Nathan question.
I believe we're going to work with the Brownfield Authority. We're under their supervision for the 30 years of the TIF agreement, that we will adhere to the resale of the homes being at affordable levels. And then our intent is that the community land trust that we've established will hopefully be in operation forever. And will oversee these homes in perpetuity. And that at some point, you know, maybe they'll be 100, 150 years old, they'll be torn down, and then the community land trust at that time would rebuild new homes, so that we're creating a housing stock in Ann Arbor for critical employees and others, that those homes will be there and affordable for them.
Nathan's leaning in like he has an answer too.
Yeah, this was a topic of discussion at the authority meeting because some of the people on the authority have the same questions. How does this work? Obviously, the Manchester project was was a rental. This is a little different. It's for sale, home ownership, long-term. And the statute is 30 years, like we talked about earlier. So we have 30 years of responsibility. And some of this we're gonna have to figure out with Jim Reach and with Corp Counsel, and we're working on that now, reviewing some of their deed restrictions. There's gonna be notification requirements to make sure that as a house comes up for sale, the land trust is notified, we get notified, then we work together on a new buyer, making sure that buyer meets the income requirements at that time for that unit. 30 years would be our involvement.
Yeah, I would like to learn more about how that works. Sounds like you're still working on some details. Will we have answers to that in 2 weeks?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're working on it. I mean, we have we know the deed restrictions, we have master deed and bylaws. Sarah has worked a lot of this out, but we need to make sure that on the county side, we feel everything's in place to guarantee the 30 years, because we are ultimately responsible, not the land trust. I mean, they're responsible, but we're responsible to Mishta. So obviously we care about how this all works and how it's enforced.
Okay. It's a little weird to like vote on it and then to have like the system laid out of like how it would be done, I guess. I'm not saying I'm gonna vote. I support the concept of this. I think this is great, but
I think you could view this as with any brownfield project, the reimbursement agreement comes later. And for example, in the Manchester project, that reimbursement agreement with the affordability provisions was drafted afterwards. In fact, we just got their red line back. And Michael and I are looking at that. So it's sort of the same thing, but it's a little bit maybe more complicated. But I think to some extent, you have to trust that, I'm going to lean on Corp Counsel and Jim Reach to make sure that we're going to have adequate protections. I just can't tell you, it's not going to be 2 weeks. It's going to take, a couple months.
Yeah. I'd be interested in, once this all passes, getting follow-up on what the mechanism is that you
Okay.
all are using.
Yeah.
And as far as the land trust itself, what type of organization is it again? Can you remind me?
The Land Trust is a Michigan nonprofit corporation. We've also received 501c3 status from the IRS. And right now we're in our early startup phase, but we are intending to transition over time into what's considered a classic community land trust model that would have community governance. So we have a founding board right now, but eventually we'd like to have a tripartite board, which many community land trusts have, and a third of the board members are residents of the homes, a third are representatives from anchor institutions, and a third are experts in various areas that would serve on the board. And we feel like having that kind of community governance model, as opposed to some of the housing in Ann Arbor that was affordable for years, co-ops, their homeowners associations voted to not be co-ops anymore so that they could all take a larger profit when they sold, which was understandable for the people who lived there. That was financially beneficial for them. But then we lost those co-ops. And so we think that having a community governance board will be beneficial to oversee all of the eventual properties in this trust.
Yeah, no, very acutely aware of what happened with the co-ops after the 40-year, HUD money, restrictions went away. Which is part of why I'm asking all these questions because, what I'm trying to drive at is understanding like what the protections are in place through the land trust that will ensure affordability in perpetuity. And, what you said is you want to make sure that they're hopefully going to be affordable. That's not very strong language to me. And
I don't remember saying hopefully in that context, so I'll retract that
yeah,
hopefully.
I just, I'm not trying to like put you on the spot or like, anything like that, but you're not going to be around in, in 50 to 100 years. I'm not going to be around. None of us are going to be around.
I'm eating very healthy, so.
Well, maybe you will be, who knows? But this is typically, a concern that I have of like, as a legislator, as somebody who's looked at a lot of contracts and laws before, we want to make sure that there's as ironclad of protections as possible for people. And so I'm trying to drive that like, okay, we're approving this public subsidy and I want to understand like, how do we make sure that this retains its affordability in perpetuity? What is the mechanism to do that? We have 30 years where there's another level of protection over it. What happens after that 30 years? I understand that the way that you've set this up is it's basically like a condo association, essentially.
Yes, so we have two protections right now. The first one is the deed restriction, and we're using our tailored deed restriction that we received through our technical advisor from the Grounded Solutions Network, which is the national network of community land trusts. There are over 300 community land trusts. So they've provided what they believe is a really top-notch deed restriction that's been developed over time from many, many community land trusts. It has a 99-year deed restriction that will renew for a second 99 years. And then there are clauses that describe what happens after the second 99-year expiration. It details exactly what happens when a homeowner decides to sell and the procedures. Our board has voted to adopt a 1.5% per year appreciation rate for the homeowners so that they can build some equity, but the homes stay affordable. The land trust has the right of first refusal to buy the property back from the homeowner or to line up the next buyer and arrange that transaction. So for the homeowner, that's beneficial in that they don't have to hire a real estate agent. They'll pay a very small fee for that transaction, and it can be tailored exactly to their timeline. We have a lot of confidence in that deed restriction. Our attorney that we've consulted with here said that title companies will find that deed restriction, that we can have a lot of confidence in that. Right now, we're required by the city zoning to create all of these homes as condominiums because land costs, because home costs in Ann Arbor are high, land costs in Ann Arbor are high. And so to buy a single parcel of land is anywhere from 100 to 200, or, much higher. So if we're able to get a parcel of land, one of the keys to our affordability is to put 2 homes on that parcel using Ann Arbor's accessory dwelling unit ordinance. But because we cannot split the parcel further and we have 2 units, we have to create a condominium. Which is frustrating because it is adding a lot of cost to the home. And then homeowners also have to have a homeowners association fee, which is required by their mortgage lender. So it's not ideal, but the benefit of having a homeowners association is that our deed restriction is also embedded within the master deed. And so that provides a layer of protection as well. In the future, if we, through the new zoning that may be coming under the comprehensive plan, if we can get a single parcel of land that is smaller, then we can actually retain ownership of the land, and the homeowners own their home, but the community land trust owns the land forever. That's also a very good model, and that may be something that we can use throughout the county where land costs are a little bit lower. So we have several options to maintain control.
Yeah, that's really exciting that you're talking about that. I mean, that's a model that I've really looked into a lot, and I've been talking about a lot of the underlying in land being, owned. And it sounds like some zoning and planning changes need to happen that are pretty restrictive to you guys. I watched some of the zoning board of appeal debate that happened over your ADU attempt on, I think, South Maple, maybe. And yeah, some of the city rules are just completely onerous and unacceptable and don't allow for, what you guys are trying to do, which is unfortunate. So hopefully that all changes. In terms of the, are you then, just to clarify, are you then saying that by doing the condos, it actually helps to add additional layers of protection on the deed restriction?
It does, because condominium bylaws can have restrictions in them, which can be a negative. But in this case, it will alert future buyers or lenders if there was someone who was trying to circumvent the deed restriction. There's a second chance for those restrictions to be identified because someone buying a property would need to acknowledge receipt of those bylaws, and the title company and the lender may note that as well.
Question for next time, because I know the chairs, I feel like she wants me to stop asking questions, but question for next time is, and maybe you could bring back an answer, is what the enforcement mechanism on the deed restriction is. Like, say somebody violates the deed restriction, what do you do? What's it gonna cost? Like, assuming there's attorney costs and stuff like that that are included, did you guys budget for that? Those are questions that I have. But the last question I want to ask that hopefully you can answer here is around the property tax component. And maybe you don't have an answer, but maybe we can get an answer. But anyways, property tax component, if there's a cap on the appreciation of the value of the home, that is different than the cap on the appreciation of the taxes on the home, is there potentially a scenario where, property taxes could go up to 5% in any given year, but the property value is only increasing 1.5%. Have you anticipated this scenario and how it may impact the property owner, also, how is the city going to assess the value of the home? If like the sale price is lower perhaps than the value of the home, will they assess the value of the home as being the true cash value of the home, or the price that you sold it at? Typically, it's the former, not the latter. So
Yeah, so we've had a meeting with the Ann Arbor assessor and the assistant assessor and discussed this, and they agreed that actually there is precedent with other affordable homes that the assessed value would be at the sales price
Okay.
of the home, the affordable sales price. And then I have a request in to get in writing, hopefully agreement that the rise in the assessed value would not exceed the 1.5%
Okay.
appreciation.
So they've verbally agreed to that, but,
Yes.
okay, sweet, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Commissioner, we're on item A, asking questions on this one. Commissioner Sanders?
So, the projected capture, I just tried to do the quick math. So I may just be lumping your stuff in, but for the $470,000, that's roughly $15,600 a year for times 30. That's,
I believe so.
okay. And then for the 70,000 is 2,033.
The
330.
70,000, I think, is for the other.
Yeah, I was saying I'm lumping you.
Yeah.
Okay, so help me figure this part out. You said that the trust would maintain the ownership of the land, but the homeowner would own the home. How are they
Well, we're not doing that yet,
okay.
but we can do that in the future if we have lower cost land. Or larger.
How do you separate the two though? If I got a house built on land that you own.
So there are actually a lot of examples of this. So manufactured homes in manufactured home communities, people own their home and they pay lot rent. So that's an example. There are other examples, I believe, we could ask some of our other folks about municipalities that that allow a building to be built, but they retain ownership of the land. I believe the university has an arrangement like this.
All over.
I can't remember exactly which location it is. But, and I think most of England does it that way. Is anyone? I think
The dog and cat shelter is
Yeah, I
universal.
was gonna say, I can't say but many folks left England for a reason. But, okay, so.
The queen owns all the land and you rent the land. I don't know.
Yep, I
can't
don't
speak
think
to
that's
that, but,
working out too well for them right now.
It's not
but,
really common around here, but it is possible.
There was one other question I had for you. I don't know what it is. I did. I was trying to Google this. And so are you now the Legacy Land Conservancy?
No, that's someone
That's
else.
something separate.
I get their mail a lot, but I don't know them.
So I asked because I was trying to look up, as I do for, everybody, what your board makeup looked like. What is the diversity of the board?
Our board president is a African-American woman. She's a local business owner who's just an amazing powerhouse. She's a civil engineer, so she's been very helpful with her varied background. Our vice president is, I believe he's of Pakistani descent.
Okay.
And so we do have some nice diversity on our board.
And what would you say the level of diversity is related to income / economics of your board members? Do you know what I mean? Are you comprised majoritively of people who can afford to live here, or people that, struggle?
Yeah, I think there's some diversity there.
Okay. I'll talk to you later about the board chair. I might know who that is, but I'll ask you later. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hodge?
Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us tonight about the comments you've given already and then what you spoke to earlier. I've got a different set of comments. I'm familiar with community land trust, and you said something earlier about how you could see there being potential for your organization to work across the county and other areas outside of Ann Arbor. Could you talk to me more about that? Because I'm very interested in this as an option.
Yeah, our board and some of our supporters, we had founded another nonprofit about 5 years ago. And so we had been working for 5 years, discussions, research, community meetings. We've had hundreds of community meetings. And we had been researching what to do about our housing crisis. And so we have many ideas, but one of the most important that emerged was this idea of a community land trust. I actually have a background as a house flipper. And so just, maybe 10 or 12 homes that I had flipped, some of them my own home, which actually I shouldn't have done. But at the time it was so alluring to sell that home and to get that big cash out. And so I knew that there was a huge demand from flipping homes. I got my real estate license. I was working with buyers and seeing the amazing people that were moving to Ann Arbor from all over, but from very expensive markets and coming with cash and buying. Some of them were moving to Ann Arbor just because they wanted to, because it was a nice place to live. I had several people who say, well, my parents live up north, but I don't want to live there. So we're going to buy a house in Ann Arbor because it's a half-day drive. So we're moving here from the coast, cashing out of our California home for $2 million, and then we're moving to Ann Arbor. So I knew that there was a huge amount of demand and that just more supply getting in the pipeline, that would help, but it wouldn't remedy the situation right now for some of these buyers that you saw that need to buy a home now and soon at an affordable price. And so the idea of this community land trust where you create affordability, and what we call that in some areas is shared equity. So what you're doing right now is making a decision to put tax dollars in. That's the equity that you're deciding if you're going to put into these homes. And then these home buyers that you saw, they're agreeing to forego equity that they might have in a market rate home. And so that's called shared equity. It's an agreement among the homeowners and the municipality that we're going to create this affordability and we're going to make it permanent. And so we think that that's an amazing and beautiful thing. And for our home buyers, many of them, they just have no other options. Their option is driving from Jackson, driving from Detroit, like the young man you heard, driving from Brownstown. I actually spoke to someone who works for the county. She's had to move out to Jackson, got priced out here, and she said that she uses up most of her paid time off now. When she needs to go to her doctor in Jackson, she has to take a half day because it's an hour drive there and then her appointment and then to drive back. If the weather's bad, but it's kind of iffy, and she feels like, well, gosh, do I take a day off and stay home and make sure I don't get in a car accident on the way to work? But she uses up all her PTO and she doesn't have any time for vacations anymore. So those are the kinds of sacrifices that folks are having. Really difficult if you have kids and you live 45 minutes away. So we need more affordable housing throughout the county. And I think the approaches that we're developing can work. The TIF is critical because there's no other source of subsidy that is going to be there for every single home that we build. We cannot rely on MSHDA grants, and there just isn't enough money to meet this need right now. So we do believe that we definitely need more supply, but we really want to scale up what we're doing with this nonprofit development approach. And I think there's opportunity outside of Ann Arbor where the land costs are lower. And if commissioners could work in your districts to identify land, maybe excess land from public entities that we could get for free or very low cost. It has been a delight to work with Norfolk Homes, which is a large home builder headquartered in Ann Arbor. They are doing fantastic work in Jackson, building these 100 homes that I emailed you about. But they have very high capacity. These small homes are quite easy for them to build. They said that they can build as many as we want them to build. And we could have partnerships like that with multiple home builders in the county. And we could start having, pockets of development throughout the county to kind of relieve the pressures in other areas. And I think we could scale up quite quickly with that approach.
Okay, that's helpful. That was a lot of background. I'm going to ask a question in a different way. So are you interested, because right now we're only talking about working in Ann Arbor, is the current nonprofit structure set up to be able to work across the county? And is
Yes.
there is interest in doing that too?
Yes, absolutely. There's
All right,
interest.
cool. One other question. I'm also familiar in some other places, there can be creative use of community land trusts along with a county land bank as an example. Nathan knows what I'm talking about. Are you familiar with that? And is that something that you would be interested in us exploring?
Yes.
Can you say more?
I mean, most land banks that I'm familiar with are working in disinvested communities where there's excess land that no one wants. That's not a problem that we have in Ann Arbor. But we believe that there's hidden land throughout the county that's underutilized. And so I think if we could discover that, I would need to know more. I've been really dug in on trying to get these 26 homes built. But I need to know more about what other land is available.
Okay. This is good answers for now. I'll take it. Well, let's talk again some more another time. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville? This isn't really a question for you, but I know that, based on some of the comments I was hearing, I think a great example of kind of this model is half of Dorsey Estates in my district is essentially a community land trust. Those 23 homes that the county invested in are permanently affordable. That was written into the deed. And there were people on council at the time who were trying to oppose that because they thought that like folks should be able to gain as much equity as possible. But like the argument on the other side of that was that we wanted to preserve the affordability long-term for the future in case somebody does decide, because they would be able to save and gain equity in other ways. So I just wanted to point that out because I know that some of my colleagues are very familiar with Dorsey Estates, and that's essentially a community land trust, but it was a government land in the city of Ypsi and a public-private partnership. And I know that some people get a little, it's not looking, never mind.
Yes, that's a great
But this is more
development.
of like, this is great because it's a nonprofit.
Mhm.
I think it would have been even cooler if that project was a nonprofit community land trust. It wasn't. It still worked out great and the homes are very affordable, but that's essentially what Dorsey Estates is and well, half of Dorsey Estates. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I want to say thank you for your comment that you made in response to Commissioner Hodges about the supply issue versus the immediate need. That's spot on. And thank you for focusing on that issue through the land trust. A couple other questions that I forgot about. One is the rental versus homeowner. How many of these are going to be rentals?
These are all home ownership.
Okay, in the memo, it says something about rentals, but I guess they're all home ownership, so.
They are.
And then in terms of the price range for the houses, it looks like, in here it says 125 to 350.
Yes, right now we have them priced at 125, 225, and 325. And we're waiting for final construction costs and hoping that we can stick with those prices.
For the 320, so 325 would be the high end.
Mhm.
What do you get for 325 in a?
You get a 3-bedroom home with 1.5 or 2.5 bathrooms. The size is either 1,232 square feet, or the side-by-side townhome. It's a little bit larger, just to get 3 bedrooms in there. That one is 1,374 square feet.
Okay. All right.
And we have some that are gonna be 800 square feet, because of the ADU restrictions. I don't know if any of those will be 325.
Assuming those will be priced less, yeah. Okay, I was just trying to, so just for everybody's awareness too, one of your parcels is in my neighborhood right next to my house. So I was kind of like wondering for like price and size comparison to like what at least Zillow tells me my house is worth, because once you get into the 300s, I feel like that's kind of what my neighborhood is going for now anyways. But a lot of the houses are not 12 and 1,300 square feet, so maybe somebody and the AMI range, you said it goes up to 90% AMI?
Yes, right now, so we've got about half the homes reserved. And then the other half will be sold by lottery later. When we actually reserved all of them last April because we wanted to have real buyers that we were working with. So we did sort of very soft reservations with people after a lottery. So we could really learn, okay, are we designing homes that you actually want to live in and in places that you want to live? So when we had all 26 of them reserved, we had people from 30% up to maybe 100% AMI, but the average of all of them was 59% AMI. And when we chose the prices of 125, 225, and 325, that was really deliberate because 325 is kind of where the homes start disappearing in Ann Arbor. You can still get homes above 325, although they may need some work. There are some condos under 325, but when you add back in the association fee, it's basically equivalent to that or more. So we felt like we could sell them at 325. And we found that the biggest demand is for the 225 price point. That's where a lot of people have the ability to get a mortgage. They've got enough income. There's nothing for them almost in the entire county that doesn't need a tremendous amount of work. And then the 125 price point just does not exist hardly at all. But there are people who could get a mortgage. You know, they've got a solid job at the university or for the city or the county or the schools. They're making, you know, $20 to $25 an hour as a custodian or, you know, paraprofessional. But there's nothing for them to buy, but they do have the financial stability and the ability to get a mortgage. And so we really do want to try to serve that price point.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions on that? A? You answered a lot of questions. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, and concerns on items of the first reading here? Commissioner Robbie?
Thank you, Chair. Questions on the Ann Arbor Housing Commission site?
The
Thank you, Sarah.
transformational brownfield plan, item B?
Yes.
Okay.
So I know you and I are going to meet before second reading.
Mhm.
Excited about that, but I had some preliminary questions that I
Sure.
just wanted to get off into the universe here. So you're going to, at some point, explain to me how this new development arrangement works with the for-profit developer and the Housing Commission. My question, though, in terms of reading the brownfield plan and trying to understand the rental component on the ground floor, so a few questions on that. Who's going to own the rental, the commercial rental space, which is supposed to be for a grocery store on the ground floor of the building?
First, I wanted to say, if anyone else would like to meet separately, happy to meet with anyone if you have some really detailed questions. So back to the question that Caroline had, we actually always do a ground lease. So every property that we own and develop, we own the land and we do a ground lease for the improvements is what it's called. And we do that because the legal entity that we have to create in order to use low-income housing tax credits requires us to partner with an investor. Like that's how you get the money. And so we wanted to make sure we had as much control and protection as possible. And so we want to make sure we own the ground because like that's the most important part in controlling it. We have permanent deed restrictions on all of our properties. And so that improvement is going to be owned by our partnership. So us, related, and then our investor. And then we will rent that space to, right now we're talking to a grocer.
So the Land Housing Commission owns
Yes.
the
Well,
building.
Our nonprofit, yeah.
The nonprofit that's controlled by the Housing Commission
Correct.
owns the land. the building will be owned and operated by the partnership.
Correct.
The commercial space owned and operated by the partnership.
Will be owned by the partnership and then we'll lease
Operated by a
it.
grocery
Yeah, we'll
store,
lease
yeah.
it to an entity on the ground floor. Correct.
Okay. When we meet, maybe you can explain to me how the partnership works in terms of like revenue from the leased space? Like what's the breakdown? Where does the money flow? To which entity in the partnership?
Can we-
Or, yeah,
Can we talk about that privately? Because I am not the best person to answer
Yes.
that question. Let's.
no, that's what I was saying. Let's talk about that later. That's
Yeah,
too in the
yeah,
weeds
that's
probably.
very, very
Yeah,
detailed.
yeah, that's too in the weeds. I'm asking these questions because I'm trying to understand.
I'm gonna write that down though.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand oh, maybe somebody has an answer. We
Okay,
can talk about it later.
okay.
It's okay.
Doran just reminded me that what happens is first everything goes to debt service. So you project how much your rent is gonna be,
Mhm.
as well as from that ground space, as well as your rent from your apartments and you look at your operating costs, and then what's left is what you can take on as debt. So that determines how much debt you can take on, and that's what gets paid back first.
In terms of the bonds that the city's issuing to,
So the city's issuing a bond, up to 35 million. The total project cost is about 215 million. So of that 215, we have, I want to say, I wrote it down in one of my documents, about 15 funding sources, including $4 million grant from the City of Ann Arbor's Affordable Housing Fund, up to $35 million bond from the City of Ann Arbor. The Office of Sustainability is providing $1 million towards sustainability. We just were approved for a Washtenaw County Brownfield Authority grant for 625, Michigan Talent Grant, 858,000, the DDA, Ann Arbor DDA, 500,000. We're about to apply for an Eagle grant, a state Eagle grant for $1 million. And then we have tax credit equity. We have equity that we'll be getting from our grant. We're going to have geothermal. So there's a federal equity for that. And then we have mortgage and loans from MISTA, and then this complicated transformational brownfield, which I cannot answer, but.
I know all about transformational brownfields. And I truly despise transformational brownfields. I'm really sad that this is one. I'm not voting no today. I'm voting yes. But
thank
I
you.
hate transformational brownfields, but this is for affordable housing. It makes sense in this case. But I voted against the law being in existence to begin with because they're very problematic, and especially in accelerating private profits. That's not what's happening here
Yeah.
necessarily. But
It's one of the few with actual affordable housing and,
yeah.
transit-oriented development.
Right. And also, thank you for that answer. And so just to get back to what you were saying, so from the commercial grocery store, the rent from that basically goes to the partnership to pay down the debt service first, the debt service being the city's bonds up to 35 million? Or is it
Not the
different
city's
debt service?
bond, it'll be our loan from MISTA.
I got you. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
our
you.
loan from MISTA.
Thank
The
you.
city's bond is going to be paid back with affordable housing millage, future millage.
I got you.
Yeah,
Understood.
future millage.
I'll pause for other commissioners. I have more questions, but.
Commissioner LeBar?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to speak in support of both of these items. I'm going to support them. And I just wanted to say, I think two things. One, the innovation that is present in both these projects, and Ms. Hall, certainly in yours, is a credit to the work you've done to put in, but is also, I think, a testament to the sad realities of the system we exist in. And I think one thing that doesn't always get said when we discuss housing is the unfair position municipalities are put in, and that, certainly home buyers or people in need of housing are in, where they're not able to do anything about the price of construction, about the price of materials, and all those things that exist in a world that is bigger than our ability to shape, just in terms of forces. And so hearing you, Jen, talk about these litany of, funding mechanisms. that-
Crushing-
yeah,
crushing
that-
funding
that
mechanism.
You've strung together. I appreciate it, but I also sort of just want to lament publicly that, that it's necessary in the first place, given where we're at. And so, I'll be supporting them and just wanted to say that because I think nobody gets into running a housing commission because they like financial mechanism development. They get it in running a housing commission because they want to help people. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Robbie, you have other questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Echoing his sentiments, you're awesome. You're doing great work. And so thank you for what you do for the community. In terms of the payment in lieu of taxes, is that something that's typical that's on all housing commissions? So, and it's is it $1 per unit, basically?
So pilots are typical for low-income housing tax credit projects, having nothing to do with housing commissions. Very few housing commissions do development like we're doing. Typically, a housing commission would be tax exempt. But when we do these redevelopments of our sites or these new developments with this funding mechanism, low-income housing tax credits, we need to get a local pilot. It's typically not $1 per unit. That is a very generous pilot that the city of Ann Arbor has agreed to for these
But
kinds
it's
of projects.
required by MISTA, basically, to do that?
Yeah, MISTA requires us
Okay.
to get a pilot. It's typically something like 4% of your sheltered rents is what they call it, is your taxes.
What is the affordability mechanism with this?
We have multiple. So we have our deed restriction, which occurred when we acquired the property from the city of Ann Arbor. We're going to have a affordability covenant. We're going to layer on top of that. That's going to be more specific to the AMIs that we have. We have a 45-year tax credit compliance period. That's something that MISTA is essentially the administrator of assuring that we're complying, but our staff do all the compliance. So we have a small percent of the ownership and we have like 99% of the responsibility to comply with all the rules and regs and make sure that property's managed. We have different rules for all the different funding sources. Some are low and some are high. And I'd say the highest is probably the MISTA tax credit.
Oh,
And I would like to say, we will name our building after this entire board, every one of your names, if you give us $200 million, so we don't have to do this anymore.
sold. I'm in. I don't know what he was saying. I'm in. Let's make it happen. That's really helpful. Thank you for explaining that. Very helpful context there. And so for the first two pieces, the land and the covenant, is that like a 99-year affordability or is it permanent affordability?
I mean, we call it permanent. I'm not an attorney, but I think I've heard our attorneys say that you are limited to 99
9 years, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you doing like what the land trust did where it like auto renews for another 99 years?
Oh, I'm sure we will because of our, governmental entity. I'm certain that will happen. Yeah.
Okay. We'll talk more later. I have a list of other questions. We'll set up a time. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions on B? I have a quick question. It just hit me when Commissioner Robbie was asking. So MISTA has a requirement for a pilot, but you said Ann Arbor's doing a very generous pilot. What's the difference? What's the MISTA requirement compared to what Ann Arbor is doing?
I don't know if MISTA has a requirement, but it's typically 4% of sheltered rents is what I see all the time.
Yeah.
And so I don't think MISTA
MISTA doesn't lay out
something-
a minimum. It just says
Yeah.
something.
And if our rents are, I don't know, I'm gonna make this up. So let's say our rent was $1,000. So what would what's 4%? Quick. $40 a month.
Okay.
$4
all the way from
go ahead, you can talk.
the pilot can range all the way from $1 to 10% effectively. That's how the statute works fundamentally.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other questions on B? Okay, let Jen Hall sit down. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns on first reading items? Okay, I see none. That's a roll call vote. No, sorry, it's a voice vote. Jesus. getting close to bedtime, kids. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All those items pass. Would somebody like to move the final and single readings, Commissioner LeBar?
Sure. 2A, final reading, a resolution approving the tentative agreement with ASME 2733. B, a resolution approving the tentative agreement with Michigan Nurses Association. 3, under single reading, we have A, a resolution celebrating Black History Month and declaring February 2026 as Black History Month in Washtenaw County. B, a supplemental resolution to rescind Resolution 25-249. C, a supplemental resolution to reassign Sheriff's Office Human Resources functions, and also move approval of claims.
Support.
Okay, so I have those moved by LeBar, supported by Hodge. Would anybody like to pull anything for separate consideration? Commissioner Robbie?
Item C under single reading.
C, under single reading. Item C under single reading. Anybody else want to pull anything else? Okay, let's talk about item C under single reading first. Commissioner Robbie?
Hoping that Corp Counsel can explain how this interplays with the pending litigation against the county and the board. How does this interplay with the fact that we're being sued over this exact issue?
I don't think it's appropriate to get into too much litigation strategy, but this supplemental resolution, I'm sorry, the Sheriff's Office Human Resource Resolution is fundamentally different from the earlier resolution.
Can I just clarify, the litigation is about item B, which we are rescinding. This is a whole new resolution.
I mean, I'm certainly no attorney, but I feel like the spirit of this resolution is pretty closely aligned to the spirit of the last resolution. I don't know if a court will be as meticulous in splitting that hair personally.
It's possible.
Okay. Is there any other context to why we're doing this that commissioners may be able to provide? I don't know who sponsored this or put it forward.
He's just wondering if there's any other context. I think it's withdrawing item B, which was broad and triggered a lawsuit, and C is a different resolution that came with thought about comments about item B.
I guess my last question is, for the county administrator, since it's directing the administrator to act, how do you perceive this, therefore be it resolved, which just says to take any and all actions necessary to reassign the Sheriff's Office Human Resource functions? Do you have a plan of what you intend to do if this resolution passes, how it's going to be implemented? Like logistically, how are we going to be moving those staff over?
There are two FTEs that we've been discussing. Those two FTEs would go through a process of transfer, no different than we do in any other department. Working with the executive director of HR, we will reassign those FTEs to his office, and they will perform their duties and take their supervision from the staff in HR.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about item C? Okay, we'll vote on that separate as a roll call. Brendan, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Let's just do item C separate since it was, wait. Go ahead, Shannon. Beeman.
I just have a point of order. Does B have to come before C?
What's that?
Does B have to come before C?
In voting?
Mhm.
No, because
Okay.
I think because we vote on things pulled for separate consideration. often. Thanks for the clarification, though. Yes, roll call vote on item C, and then we'll roll call the rest of them for
Right.
discussion on the rest.
Commissioner Labar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie.
Are you thinking, Commissioner Robbie? Are you gonna vote?
Commissioner Robbie is a no vote. Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks, commissioners. I applaud you for your courage. Discussion on any of the other items? Okay, have a roll call vote on those items?
Commissioner Light,
Wait, what'd you call it?
Commissioner Light.
My turn.
I really genuinely want to apologize. I thought you said Commissioner Labar. I'm sorry, Commissioner Lake.
You know what? I was gonna say yes, so it's correct.
Okay.
It's getting late.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
I am not voting on item B and final reading on the Michigan Nurses Association changes due to a conflict of interest, and yes on the remainder.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner Labar.
This time, yes.
Motion's carried.
Thank you very much. Items for current and future discussion. We already did the closed session. Any other items for current and future discussion? Commissioner LeBar?
One item just to flag, maybe we can address between now and then, but the districts in Washtenaw County do have spring break the week we are scheduled to meet April 1st. And so in the past, we've moved that. I just want to flag that for folks while we still have a month.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBar. We are already talking about potential for moving that date. We had talked about moving it to the day before, but that doesn't help with the spring break issue. So Commissioner Beaman helpfully pointed out to me that there are 5 Wednesdays in the month of April, and that maybe the best course of action is to have our meetings on the 3rd and 5th weeks of April. And so I will let you know, but I think very much that might be the solution to the problem. Thank you. Any other items for current and future discussion? Go ahead, Commissioner Sanders.
I was gonna say something on behalf of those EMU alum that are sitting around the board table, that we have a new incoming president at EMU by the name of Dr. Brendan Kelly. And I just wanted to welcome him, and hopefully we could have him come and actually speak to us at a working session and give us an update. So, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think that sounds like a lovely idea. Brendan Kelly, what a fine Irish name as we head into the month of the High Holy Day. Thank you. Any other items for current and future discussion? Commissioner Light reminded me that we did not have a liaison report, just to say that the new police services steering committee did meet last week. We will continue to meet, and it is a lot of information gathering in advance of the new police contract. So you're welcome to join the meeting if you're not on the committee, to just get more information and learn. Be a nerd like me. Commissioner Robbie? Commissioner Robbie motions to adjourn. Everyone support.